know is true. Peace and contentment, no need for resentment. This I found in you. This I found in you.
Who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If I ain't swipe, who is swipe? Baby, who is swipe? Who is swipe? Oh, crime. I wake up motivated. 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 I wake up trying to bless somebody, inspire somebody, encourage somebody, help somebody to the next level. I got time today. I got time today. I got time. I got time. I got time today. I got time today. I got time today. I got time. I got time. I got time today. Who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If I ain't swipe, who is swipe? Baby, who is swipe? Who is swipe? Oh, crime. I wake up motivated. I am a whole lot of things that a lot of folks would like to be. And somebody had the audacity to sit up here and say what I ain't. But baby, I know what I am. Who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If ain't swipe,
it's my shit.
Who is swipe? If ain't swipe, who is swipe? If I ain't swipe.
Say what you gon' do now? Hope you're ready, cause I'm really about to put it down. Girl, you know that I will never disrespect you. We love tomorrow, but tonight I wanna spank you. That ass down, gotta make it last now. Girl, I'm so I'ma beat it up. No, trying to say stop when the beat say go. There you go again, that voice is oh, you make your girlfriend go. Come on, come on, come on. You've been waiting patiently, wondering when and where I be. After causing ruckus in the industry, making it so she can't sleep.
Well, alright. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed the dotted line, it was strange. Those things changed for the better and for the worse. So I called my mama and she said, baby,
Must be the money.
yeah.
Must be the money.
It's got to be because I got people wanting to be my friends, people I never knew, people I never thought about associating
Must
with.
be the
I don't
money.
know what it is. Talk to me. Check it out. Diamond relax with gators on my feet. I got some pepper every day of the week. My hair is done, my fingernails too. 6 buttons down and I don't know what to do.
Must be the money.
Turning them on. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
You know I can't go wrong. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
That keeps me looking cold. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
Got me rolling on the straw. Limousine, in first class I fly. I'm living large and you know I can't deny. My drop top in when I'm with my lady friend. My truck a 6-4 with my homies making it. Must be the morning.
Must be the money.
Let me ride so tough. Must be the morning.
Must be the money.
I can't get enough of all the money.
Must be the money.
These women fall in love. Must be the morning.
Must be the money.
When I'm kicking it at the club, flashing lights on the dance floor. The DJ says my name as I make my intro. The place is packed, nowhere to find a seat. But I'm no worry, cause I sit in VIP. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
I got so much juice. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
When it's sick with all this juice. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
For the way I live. Must be the money.
Must be the money.
Players ballers at my crib. 85 acres with a mansion on my land. Full jacuzzis that my neighbors can't stand. The way I live is oh so fast. I got your ladies and prime time is all that.
Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down.
This is the house of crime, and only I can tear it down.
Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down.
This is the house of crime, and only I can tear it down. So welcome to the house of crime. You may not enter. The rounds of my dome, I get cold like the winter. Bring your ski mask, put your gloves on. Once again it's on, and I'm blowing like a snowstorm. So I warn you, it's time for some action. Another prime example of a rhyme, and I'm asking, who am I? I'm Mr. D.
Deion Sanders the Sandman.
Can I kick a rhyme?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I can, so I will. Cause black be my colors and my set be thy football field. So pull through
Let's
my
go.
hood and get lynched, cause I'm colder than Christmas. And I be that Grinch when I'm jacking like boss when I'm nipping at your nose. I know you hear me coming tippy-toe, tippy-toe. So, the Mr. Prime Time is that big bad wolf when I take a deep breath and I go in.
Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down.
This is the house of crime, and only I can tear it down.
Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down. Up and puff, baby, blow the house down.
This is the house of crime, and only I can tear it down. Straw, wooden, a brick. It really doesn't matter, cause the rhyme gets thicker than the batter from your peanut butter. Check out the mix. You fix it up, I tear it down. I grab the mic and bring the house down. From ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Not the daddy, but the primer be that Mack truck. Blizz now and do your hits now. It don't stop, it can't stop until them all bounce. Now count down my flow from 4, 3, 2, 1. Here I go, there I went. Now me job's done. Your visual of an individual was me. What you see, what you saw now becomes blurry. Your vision can never visualize. You could never see myself trying to see me with those human eyes.
This is the whole nine. Keeping up with Deuce once again. Dropping some more of that funk.
say hi to the bad guy.
Mr. Python.
Chapter 1. The stage has been set and the game has begun. I shine like the sun.
Win some, lose some.
In action,
I'm cold.
like Manson.
I get through some. Ooh.
I don't bluff. The crowd can't get enough because I'm
So rough, so tough.
with this. My talk I back up, money I stack up. I leave opponents for the ambulance to pack up. Those partners who I be, a menacing black, but my name is in light like a Christmas tree. For those who can't see me, cause the NB,
Wow.
say hi to the bad guy.
Yeah, they can do me cause I play baseball and I play football. And now I rap, but that's my prerogative like Bobby Brown. How that sound? It sounds to me like it's gonna be another football, yeah. Another baseball, yeah.
Say hi to the bad guy. Atlanta zone, no need for other receivers to come in the territory. Mr. Sanders wrong, known to take it for the scope. So, inquiring minds wanna know about the all-pro. Gliding up and down the field with a living speed, I'm graceful. On the hoop court, giving facials. 360 degrees, brother, please. I'm cute with mine, like my man Billy B.
Feel me.
Returning balls untouched. I'm ripping baseballs and football. Check it out, man. I'm just too much. I'm rough. One shot, brother, that's shooting up fly. Yeah. So say hi to the bad guy.
Shout out, what's going on, y'all? As I wait for my guests to get here, I'm gonna give y'all a little backdrop of what's going on and what y'all gonna hear today. You gonna hear grown men sitting around talking about Deion Sanders, talking about, was it good for the culture? Was it good for this? Was it good for that? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you a little clip of Deion Sanders right now. I gotta show a little bit, but like I said, as I wait for my guests to get here, I'm gonna have some surprise guests that's supposed to show up. Y'all know how I do. Anybody might show up around here, you know what I mean? Anybody might show up around here. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, I'm going to love this conversation because I get to hear grown men as well as take part in a conversation with grown men that get to talk and share how they feel about what's going on. Now, some people don't like that Deion Sanders has left Jackson State. Some people don't like Jackson State. I mean, some people don't like Deion because he's leaving. Well, I wonder why. I wonder why. Is it because he's a no-nonsense type of guy?
Everybody know what that means when that comes.
But as my guests get here, they late. One of my guests is in the both of my guests is in the chat right now. Big By Opinion and Tomorrow Leader Sports Network. I sent them both the links to come in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play. Oh, hold on, because I don't believe in playing one and not playing the other. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Because this right here is here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And I got to give some credit to some people because this is their commentary. But because they the ones that did the videos, that's why it's their commentary. So okay. I just seen something. People just doing anything right now. You're going to see grown men that's not going to agree with everything both parties say. I'm going to tell you that. This live is the live of grown men. This live is the live of grown people. And let me see where Coach at. Let me see. Coach it. See. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show y'all the introduction of Deion Sanders to Jackson State. Shout out to everybody that's here. I'm gonna show y'all a lot of screen and a lot of stuff that y'all should know, so that way won't nobody be lost in this situation. But y'all know how it is. I'm gonna show y'all Coach Prom's introductory into Colorado. I'm gonna show y'all some people that's not happy that made some posts. So we about to get live in here. Just give me a second as I set this up. Okay, give me a second. All right. So let's start off with this. Here we go. This is WJTV 12 news commentary. And here we go.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants.
I am Jacory Daniels, a senior biology pre-med student here at Jackson State University, and I have the honor of serving as a student body president. As Coach Prime once said, if you want it, you gotta go get it, baby. Today marks a new, exciting, and bright future for our athletic department and university. It is officially prime time. And while I'm honored to join you for such a momentous occasion in the history of our dear old college home, I dare not prolong this time. So without further ado, please help me welcome our acting president, Thomas K. Hudson, to the stage.
And Jackson State University. First, I would like to acknowledge special appreciation for Ash Robinson.
For making this today occasion possible. I have thanked the department supported by this administration, and I
and now choose Jackson. I believe that our coaching staff is going to go in every hood, every barbershop, every soul joint, every nook, every crack, every brother of us house, recruit these dogs because we have 99 players that have been drafted into the NFL, but I believe up under my watch we're going to have 100. I believe this is one of the things that's going to happen if we unite together. Because I believe in it. I believe that that person is up on the stage, that we're on the stage, they didn't have that intangible, that takes the ball, that thing that separates them from the rest. I believe with your help, with your assistance, that we could be a pillar of all agencies celebration to believe. We look at the players that are fast, smart, tough, and disciplined. Not only on the field, but in the classroom. Not only in the classroom, but at the home. Not only at the home, but in the community. And I believe that we can do that. We have coaches that are competent. We have coaches that are committed. We have coaches that were challenged. We have coaches that are just awesome men that cannot wait for this opportunity because some of them sacrifice because you know what? Because they believe. Now, I believe that. Can you match me? Can you help me? I'm not talking about just the talk, just the rhetoric that we all the time have. I'm talking about really help me because I can't do this by myself. I need each and every one of you. Now, that's shallow. I don't care if it's 35, I'm down by 6 hours. You got to believe that we're going to march now. You got to believe you got to believe it. If you don't believe, you ain't got no business in it. Everybody on this roster, all the kids that are on this team, on this roster, if you don't believe that you can make it to the NFL, you had the wrong suit because the league is a dog that truly believe. Do you believe? When we recruit these kids, you gotta let them roll. You gotta let them know peace is serenity that is provided in this wonderful city. You gotta let them know how kind, loving, and kind-hearted we are. Ever since I got off playing, since I came a few weeks ago, everything about the city is just phenomenal. You one of the best kept secrets, but I don't know if you believe what you have. You gotta make the most out of this situation you put into. You gotta make the best of whatever it is. Everybody receives the same amount of time today. It's up to you what you do within that day. You gotta believe that you can make a difference because that's the only reason I'm here because I believe we would never sell for mediocrity ever again. And I'm foolish enough to believe you say I believe. We're going to use rolling.
That's what I like to hear.
This program is so prominent that it's going to assist every other program. All of us sports, head coaches, persons associated, I'm here for you. If you got a dog that you need to help you prove, that's me. I'm here. But we found now. But I mean, this is maybe 6 weeks ago. I just don't want the patch on the outside. I want you to have that inside. because I have a commitment to excellence in each and everything I do. And I did not leave my 100 acres as a mule to come here for we're gonna win. We're gonna look good while we win. We're gonna have a good time, Sonny Boom, while we win. And we're gonna do this professionally. But I believe this is gonna be a marriage made in heaven. And I cannot wait to get started. Do you believe? We believe! I'll ask you one last time. Do you believe? We believe!
Well, I got three of my fourth guys here. As y'all got Coach Walker here that's in the truck driving down 285 on the road again. I got Big Bob Opinion. I got Coach Duncan. I'm waiting for Coach Tank to come up, or if Coach Leonard Holmes would come up. I'm waiting for either one of them, but no, we about to get started. We about to do it right. We got a panel full of brothers. Hold on, let me call Coach Tank because I did tell him that I'm gonna play some clips. Hold on. Coach Duncan said, "Man, how you work this joint, man?" Now he love it. Look, see now,
y'all, I ain't know how the text on this joint though, so how to leave a message. I don't see it on my screen. Try and get my laptop coming. No laptops are gonna mind their own freezing.
But I'm on every platform, including Facebook right now, and we going live right now.
Okay.
Coach Tank, jump in. All right, jump in right now. So as y'all see, Deion Sanders is the hot topic. A lot of people is upset. But what I just played for you was the introductory statement. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give the floor to each one of these guys so they can tell you a little bit about themselves and their background and their coaching experience or their playing experience. Because everybody up here is not a coach. Some folks you used to play. So I'm going to start with Coach Walker. Go ahead, Coach Walker. Tell us about yourself.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, this is Coach Walker for Tomorrow Leader Sports Network. I cover HBCU sports for the SWAC, MEAC, SIAC, and CIAA. I've been following this Jackson State situation for a while now. I've been covering Jackson State pretty much since Coach Prime arrived there on campus, as well as the other SWAC schools, CIAA schools, MEAC, and SIAC schools also. I'm a YouTuber. You can follow me at Tomorrow's Leader Sports Network on YouTube. I played ball on the college level. I played ball at Morris Brown College. I also coach Little League football. I have a nonprofit as well that's been going out for 11 to 12 years. So I'm out here, making sure that these young athletes have an idea of what they're looking to get themselves into, if they're looking to pursue football as that avenue to get mama and daddy out of, their situation. And a lot of times, a lot of these athletes, they get caught up in thinking that they have the ability and the gift to do it, and sometimes fall short. So that's why, being at the grassroots with dealing with the youth, you kind of build those relationships with those young men for them to know that they have someone that they can fall back on and talk to in them tough, rough times, because they will definitely have them. So, like I said, this conversation is going to be very interesting because I've been to Jackson several times. So I'm kind of like down the middle with it. So that's basically what you're going to get from me on this.
Go ahead, Bob. Va. Go ahead, Duncan.
You hear me?
Yeah, but are you breaking up bad, like you're driving or something?
Yeah, I'm just listening in, man.
Are your joint going in and out? Like, I don't know, like something wrong. Go ahead, Dougie.
Hey, Coach Duncan Anderson from Baltimore, East Baltimore. We don't even say the Maryland part because we ain't part of the DMV.
No, we
We're
don't say
from
that.
Baltimore. So played at high school, Maryville High School. 1995 Maryland Kelly Award winner, best athlete in the state of Maryland, athlete of the year. Went to Virginia Union University, played basketball there, and at Maryland Bible College and Seminary. I actually went to Virginia Union on a football scholarship, ended up playing basketball. Had issue with concussions really bad, but we'll talk about that. That made me stop. Had to stop playing football and join the basketball team. But went from there, went to Maryland Bible College and Seminary, played basketball there. Did summer ball with the Knicks in Vegas and in Orlando. Then started coaching. Played basketball, Caracas, Venezuela. Then started coaching football when my son was about 6 years old. So I got 18 years in coaching. Coach rec ball, started my own program, Team Holy Dirt. If you're from Baltimore, you know what Team Holy Dirt is. Youth football, and I actually went to Dundalk High School to keep the kids together. Transferred 43 kids into Dundalk High School, and put 86 of them in college. And my little stay at Dundalk High School, and took the 2015. Took the team to the state championship for the first time in school history. And then went on to coach at City College for a year with Daryl Wade, and left City College, came down here to Charlotte, coached at Garringer High School, which was the worst school in the history of North Carolina football. When I got there, I turned that program around. Here, did a little stay at Bury, Philip O'Barry, and actually coached head coach of the Sacramento team in the APL Pro Football League in Sacramento, California. And now I am the owner of the Heritage Gridiron Association, which is a new minor league football team that's coming in 2023, 2024. So that's my spill.
Okay, so everybody got that, I guess, vibe driving, so he just probably just listening till he get the way he going, because he sounded like he was just. So the topic today, I'm trying to get Coach Tank in. He said, "Oh, here you go, Coach Tank in the building." Coach Tank. Coach Tank. Coach Tank, like all this high tech stuff, he took his volume off. Coach Tank. I don't know. I can't hear him. Coach Tank. All right. Well, pretty much y'all know Coach Tank background anyway. We talking about prime time. And for y'all that came to the last men's meeting that we had about football, Coach Tank was there. See, there you go. I told you Coach Tank ain't gonna go without being on the camera. I'm telling y'all that now. Straight pretty boy. I just don't know. But I'm gonna let him tell you his spill. Go ahead, Coach Tank. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. I don't know. See, that Monday meal Wi-Fi don't do them no good. So Can't hear you. Turn your volume up. Hey, y'all in the chat, can y'all hear Coach Tank?
No.
You can hear him?
Nah.
Can't hear you. All right, while he getting it together, while Coach Tank getting everything together, I just jump in anytime, Coach. While he getting it together, that's what we trying to. Everything is on for him. Everything is up. Yep, everything is up. Coach Duncan, bring your volume up a little bit. Coach Walker, bring yours up a little bit. Okay, levels are straight. All right, so the Deion Sanders conversation, and the conversation that you really don't hear too many brothers talking about without giving backlash.
Right.
When I first heard about it, which was a while back, I kind of forgot about it. I was like, nah, Deion ain't leaving. And then when I heard about it, I called Coach Walker. I said, yo, tell me it ain't true.
Tank joined.
And oh, now we're here Monday.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Dana?
Yeah, perfect. So give us a little bit about the background and stuff.
I got about 10 minutes before I start coaching. Well, I'm from New Orleans. I've been at the semi-pro stuff probably about since about 1999, owning my own team. I started playing in 95. I've been coaching high school football and basketball now for about 12 years, girls and boys. And in Georgia, I've been doing semi-pro. I've had my own team since 2004. And I shut that down to specifically to stick to high school.
So tell us about your high school team that got the good record up here.
Oh yeah, I coach at Montgomery High School. We lost to St. Pius in the playoffs this year. We look pretty good. We got about 28 seniors this year. Over half of them will sign come January. And I understand the football game real well, especially when it comes to coaches, players, and moving around.
Okay, so y'all heard Coach Tank credentials. All right, so my whole thing now is we talking about that unforgivable coach. Everybody else can move around, but Coach Prime can't.
Well,
go ahead, Coach Tank.
If y'all can let me go first, I can get out of here. But
let
me tell you, first of all, we know college when it comes to football, whether it be the players or coaches, and any given year, any of those can move. And after they made it where the kids could enter transfer portals, we know how that went. And the people who suffered the most is high school. And when it comes to Deion moving, who's also suffering the most is coaching staff. People who do this to feed their families. Some of those kids that's on scholarship, if they don't jump in the transfer portal, they're going to keep their scholarship. So when you start talking about that kind of stuff and who it directly affects, it affects everybody. The kids staying, the kids leaving, the coaching staff staying, the coaching staff leaving, and ultimately, you're talking about the coaching staff at the other school. Now, when you start talking dollars and cents, we got to understand something. Deion went in and did something that nobody else has done for HBCUs. I don't care who say they SWAC, MEAC, SEC. I don't care where you coach that. When you go in and you make them kind of changes in the course of 2 years, 3 years, and you take a school that probably only generated about $1 million to $1.5 million in revenue for a sport to 3 or 4 times that. I mean, Jackson State really should have been at the table trying to figure out how to give Deion $5 million their damn selves.
Right.
Definitely brought it to the table. So
blame that on the president.
right, and then when you listen to his interview, and he talked about people, sometimes you got to stay, sometimes you got to go. You already knew something that was going on. There were rumors of money that was being moved around to general athletics, so people could use it for their own financial gain. And we all know the president of the school is capable of a lot of stuff. And if he wanted Deion to stay, he was capable of making that happen. So I mean, you can't be mad. You can't be mad at a man who decides he want to go make advancement, especially when we are the death of our own programs, especially with the HBCUs. How many times have we been hearing about how these presidents and everybody that misused and misappropriated the funds? Look how long Morris Brown was closed in Atlanta. It's a whole stadium sitting in Atlanta that hasn't been revamped or nothing done to it because of misappropriation of funds.
You gotta know how it's a different way that it works.
I went to Morris Brown.
Right. There you go. And no matter how much money you donate to these programs, they find a way to mess that stuff up.
No. It's Coach Tank. Respectfully speaking, I'm gonna break down why HBCUs money goes into a municipal pot. I did it on my live last night. A lot of people didn't know, and I did a long research about it with NAIA, and the lady from NAIA broke everything down to me about 6 years ago. And there's some stuff that we just didn't know of how money gets funded into HBCUs through NCAA. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. And when people start moving it around and misappropriating some of that money, you can't do the things that other schools do. You can't do the things that these big schools do.
Facts.
I give you a perfect example. Think about it. Before Hank Aaron died, look at the buildings he put over there by Clark Atlanta and Spelman. That they named his wife. I mean, you got people who funnel millions of dollars into these schools, and these schools are still so far behind your other Power 5 schools. Like, it makes no sense.
Right.
And if you want to train the best athletes and you want your athletes to get the most out of your program, you got to catch up with those other schools.
Well, that's the problem. When you got your government that's not giving you the money that should be allotted to you every year based off a lot of these land grants, when these HBCUs were initially created, that's a problem. Look at what's going on with North Carolina A&T right now. Where you had the state of North Carolina owing them, close to $2 billion? How is that even possible? Or what about Tennessee State, where they're owed close to $1 billion? But the state doesn't want to give them their money because they want to take that money and give the Tennessee Titans a brand new multi-billion-dollar stadium. Come on, man. I mean, this gotta stop.
But you also got to realize something. They take money to make. And if your school is generating money,
and what?
And you're not taking that money to make more money.
What you say, Coach Frank?
I said it also takes it to make money.
Right.
So if you got somebody bringing that type of income to your school, and you're not utilizing it to flip it, then nobody else is going to respect your pockets anyway. Because they're going to say, oh, we're going to give it to them. They'll figure out a way to take it. They'll figure out a way to steal it.
Well, I mean,
I've seen it happen.
From which standpoint you talking about? From the revenue that Coach Prime was bringing into Jackson? Or are you talking about the money that the states owe these HBCUs that they have not gotten?
No. I'm not just talking about
some decades.
So what I'm saying is, if a lot of times if they see you investing your own back into yourself, it's a lot easier for them to invest into you. But when they see that these programs too sometimes always have these problems, you know they're gonna get overlooked. I mean, that's the harsh reality of it. They don't trust us enough to allocate that kind of money to us. I'll give you a perfect example. I coach in Clayton County, right? Clayton County right now has gotten so much splash money. They took one high school, $83 million.
Whoa.
It's a whole different world from the rest of the high schools in the county. They turned around, they got more splash money, and they bought the old Sears building at South Lake Mall and finna turn it into a convention center. So yeah, it does happen, but you got to be able to invest in self first. And I think that's what Deion brought to the table at Jack.
I think his live went out. Live cut out. Coach Tank, you froze. Oh, all right. Which one of y'all want to take it now?
What we talking about? That's what I'm saying. Like,
We talking about. What you mean? We talking about? Are we talking?
What we talking? What we talking about? I mean, we talking about HBCU funds, or we talking about the topic of the day, or what we talking about?
That again?
Are we talking about Deion Sanders and what's going on, as well as the funds, as well as stuff that's going on?
It don't work the way y'all think it works. I'm telling you, I did extensive research.
You talking about you.
Okay.
I'm listening. Research.
I'm gonna put y'all on mute for a second. I'm listening.
Okay. So how it work, Duncan?
All right. So let's break it down like this, right? So what happens is, and you got to understand why HBCUs was created. HBCUs was created for three things: to give education to free slaves, right? Slaves that was free, or their children, right? They get a higher education than them. To create a theology institution, right? They're going to teach you about their God, and they're going to create an institution to teach you about their God. And so the thing is, even when you look at Morehouse, when you look at Spelman, when you look at Howard, these people that actually these schools was named after didn't look like us. Right? Would y'all agree?
Okay.
When you do the research, these people, Spelman is actually named after Rockefeller's wife. You know what I'm saying? And Morehouse was named after, a guy that was a theologian, that he wanted to make sure that people knew about the Christ or learned about God or Christianity. And Howard was created the same way. And if you think about it, they some of our big theology schools still to this day. Anyway, what happens is that the HBCU and the way all our HBCU first were NAIA schools, right? What happened was NCAA came and dangled some money in front of their face and got them to switch over from NAIA to NCAA. But when they came to NCAA seeing that the HBCUs don't generate enough money for them to govern us the same way that they govern the big schools, the D1s, Penn States, the University of Maryland's, the Michigans, the Miamis, right? But we don't generate enough money. So what happens is, if a kid, say for instance, let's use Michigan for instance, at Michigan University, and let's use the football team. On the football team, they get 53 scholarship players, right? They allotted 53 scholarship players, right?
Right, a 53
on
man.
On Division I level.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And what happens is a scholarship only opens up, and people got to understand this. A scholarship only opens up if you have a senior that's graduating that's on scholarship, or you have a guy that's leaving to go to the NFL, or he's not playing anymore. So your scholarship opens up. That's how scholarships open up. So say, for instance, you got 10 seniors or 10 guys that's leaving, and scholarships is open up at the University of Michigan. Mm-hmm. What happens is the coaches go out and they go and scout, and they offer players scholarships, right? Once this player accepts this scholarship on signing day, he signs a I don't know if any of y'all ever been through signing day as a coach. I've been through it. He signs the the letter of intent on signing day and we fax it over to the school, right? Well, when we were still faxing it over to the school. I guess you can scan the screenshot this now over to them. We were faxing them over to the school, right? Once it's faxed over to the school, now the school knows that this kid has committed to the University of University of Michigan, right? Okay. Once he's committed there, he becomes now the property ownership of that university. That's why kids got to get a release. If they want to get in the portal or transfer, they got to get a release first. Because once you sign that letter of intent, you belong to that university. No other coaches can offer you, you can't sign with no other coach, this, that, and the other. That's why the verbal is different than when you sign the letter of intent. Y'all follow me? Okay. All right. So once this kid signs the letter of intent, let's just say it's Duncan Anderson, right? NCAA asks his Michigan coach, who is this scholarship made out to, right? The scholarship comes to the University of Michigan from NCAA. It's a check. It comes from NCAA in the name of Duncan L. Anderson, and it's going to the University of Michigan, and the in-state tuition, my room and board, and everything else that's supposed to be covered in my scholarship a check is going to the school for that scholarship, right? Right. Now, every kid that's getting it, every kid that they offer the scholarship from, or if they're going to give a scholarship to a player that don't have a scholarship on the team, it was a walk-on or whatever, that check comes in that kid's name for the in-state tuition and room and board, dorm, whatever's covered in that, meal plan and everything for that whole entire in-state tuition in that kid's name, right? For the 10 individuals. So that's why when they do their Pell Grant and when they do their financial aid, they get that back as a refund. Okay. Follow me on this. I'm breaking it down. This is how it happened in HBCUs. So at Morgan State, and I gotta break it down like this so people can know, Dane, I'm sorry. At Morgan State's supposed to get the same 56 scholarships because it's a Division I school, right? Right. However, when they got 10 players that's leaving, NCAA don't send individual checks in the name of the players to the HBCUs. It's done a different way. What happens is, if they got 10 scholarship players leaving and 10 scholarships open up, say for instance, Morgan State is $21,000 a year to go to school there for room and board and state tuition, right? Mm-hmm. They send one check. And if you think I'm lying, do your research. They send one check for the sum total of them 10 scholarships. Okay. To Morgan State University from NCAA, to Morgan State University. And when it comes to Morgan State University, it doesn't go to the sports department. It goes into the municipal pot. Okay. And so once it goes into the municipal pot at HBCUs, because this is how they govern HBCUs, everything goes into the municipal pot. It's the same pot that y'all talking about that they saying they stealing funds from. Well, I'm gonna tell you how they not stealing. Well, they might be stealing funds, but I'm gonna tell you how the funds work. If the art department is the next building on the list that gets an upgrade, or the armory gets an upgrade, they are the next ones that digs in the municipal pot for their upgrade. Maybe they upgrade is $80,000. Maybe they upgrade is $90,000. They got the next dibs on the money that's in the municipal pot. So this is why at HBCUs, and if anybody dealt with HBCUs before, if a kid got recruited there, you know that they tell the kid to do your Pell Grant and do your financial aid first. And whatever the balance is after that, we'll match the balance, and you're not on a scholarship, you're not on a full scholarship. All they did was match the balance, because if you was on scholarship, you would get your Pell Grant and your financial aid back as a refund. But now that becomes part of your debt at the end of your school term. So they put all our money in a municipal pot, and that's how they get the upgrades on the campus for HBCUs. So totally in 2 years, Deion brought in $478 million in 2 years. And that's just from the games alone. I'm not even talking about
but I'm not talking about from the bowls. That's just from ticket sales.
Okay.
From the ESPN and the ESPN2. Hey, Coach Walker, and we hear all win, bro.
You hear me now?
Yeah, but we hear all win.
That can't be me because I just came back in. I've been muted.
Yeah, matter of fact, as soon as you came in, we heard ooh. Now, but from the ESPN side, Jackson State brought in $238 million. Now, from the bowls, I do know that Deion paid out of pocket to go to certain bowls, and Deion was saying, if y'all making millions off of the two teams and to come to Memphis and play, why give us thousands if y'all making millions? You ain't gonna give me 400,000 to come play, and I gotta come from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way to Memphis, Tennessee. Not when y'all making millions, probably billions. So Deion's whole thing was, I am going to take Jackson State as long as I'm the coach. We ain't playing in this classic anymore against JSU. From that point,
whoa, let me stop you. You're talking about the Southern Heritage Classic against Tennessee State University.
Right.
The issue with that was they had played in that classic. That classic has been around 33 years. Jackson State has played in that classic 30 years. On average, over the 30-year span between Jackson State and Tennessee State, they only made upwards to between $6 to $9 million total for both schools.
Up until Deion got there, right?
No. This is total. This 33 years. That's even including him being there.
But I can't
until he got there. It was $6 to $9 million total.
Up until he got there, right.
So the problem with that was the organizer was making money hand over fist. I actually did a video on that. I went to Memphis and I saw exactly what was going on in Memphis. I know there's gonna be some folks that's gonna be upset that might be from Memphis, but I ain't mad at them because when the organizer gets everyone in the city of Memphis to buy into what he's doing, I ain't mad at it because everybody in Memphis is eating, but the HBCUs are not.
Right.
They're not. When you have people, this is how crazy it was when I went there to go to that game. You had the people who had their houses across the street from the stadium. They were selling parking spots on their front lawn, anywhere upwards from $25 to maybe $50 a pop. Even selling spaces in their driveways for people to pull in and park. You had the gas stations selling spots for you to come park. You had the car wash, the hand car washes. They was selling spaces for people to come in and park. So everybody was eating. Hell, even the daggone, was it the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, whatever the heck it was, they was making money off of the parking spots in the parking lot when they even had patrons trying to come in there and spend money in their establishment. They had nowhere to park. But guess what? People were parking in that parking lot, and they were making money off of them. So everybody was eating well off that classic for years. Now, when you go inside to where you would normally have parking for your patrons that's coming to the game, he sold all of that out for the most part for all your tailgating and whatnot. And then you had your food vendors out there. So he made money hand over fist off of all of this. And the markup was real.
So I do know for the last 2 years, right? And you know who I got my numbers from, who I talk to on a regular. From the last two years, I was told that classic brought in, last year it brought in $1 billion by itself. And the year before that, it brought in, I think it was like somewhere around 856 million. But the person that runs the classic was only giving both schools 400,000. And that's what made Deion said, no, I'm not going to do that.
He was giving them less than that, bro.
It was less than that?
Yeah, it was like in the range of 375 somewhere in there. He just upped it to 400,000 because he's trying to keep everybody off his behind. Trust me, I did a video on that, bro. Go check it out. I detailed all of that crap from top to bottom as far as what all took place with how them folks was being paid. And the numbers is in there because Mr. Smart Guy called himself wanting to get mad and decided he's going to share the numbers with the world. So me being the guy that I am, I said, oh, You want to do it like this? Cool. Then let me show everybody what's going on. Because 9 times out of 10, nobody's gonna go look at them numbers to see what's really happening.
Right.
Wow. So
right.
So the thing is now everybody's pissed at Deion, and they saying, "Oh, Deion didn't fulfill his obligations." Well, let's go with obligations.
Well, he actually did fulfill his obligations.
Wait, but see, here's the thing. Y'all just heard the obligations. He said, 1, I'm gonna bring establishment back to Jackson State. He did that. He said, 2, I'm gonna get these facilities up to par. He did that out of his own money. 3.
Hold on, slow down. Let me stop you with that one. Whoa. We go kill that narrative right there. Listen, the money for the lounge for the students, that money was already allocated. Now the money that they got for the
your phone is breaking up terrible.
My phone?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a popcorn blender. But go ahead, what?
No, I can hear you. Hey, I can hear truth.
Yeah,
so,
it was popping.
This is the thing. The money for the student lounge, that money was already allocated as far as what was going to be spent. Now, the money for the practice facility, yes, he did get that taken care of through Walmart sponsors and whomever else he talked to about that. The suits he got taken care of through Michael Strahan. The meals that they had set up originally, the football team had their own training table. From my understanding, that initially was being paid, and then it got stopped. That was being paid by the school, and then that got stopped. So I don't know how true that is. So that's why some of the things I don't put that out there, because I like to get factual information from my Jackson State people as far as with some of this stuff that's going on, because honestly, truly, they're really hurting right now based on that initial video that you played. All of those things that Coach Prime came in there and said he was going to do, and for you to switch up and say, okay, look, I'm going to go do it this way, in which I respectfully understand why he did it, because I'm not going to go work for somebody and daggone, you just going to chump me off like what I'm doing is not really worthy of me being compensated. And not only that, but then how many of the other schools out there are really digging in like he is to bring eyes to the SWAC or HBCUs, period, to make sure people see and want to invest. That's the problem. We got to get up off our we got to get up off our sorry behinds and make some things happen. Now, like I said before, I'm with the folks in Jackson on how they feel. I understand that because, listen, if you've been to Jackson before, you will see exactly how some things are there. Yes, there's a lot of things that need to be straightened out in that city. It's a beautiful place to be at. It's a beautiful place to go check out games and have a good time. Don't get me wrong. But when you come in there and you talk in the manner in which you talk in that initial presser, you got people hanging on your every word. And I'm not saying that he sounded like a preacher or anything like that, but you got to be careful with that when you have folks that are looking for a brighter day or another way, or, some type of positivity to come into their space where they're going to see, see a beacon of light, so to speak. So that's why I say sometimes we got to be careful with how we present things to people, because people can take them. You put them words out there, they're going to hang on to them words. And guess what? This is what we got right now.
Okay. So the thing is that he fulfilled everything he said he's going to do, but matter of fact, he said he's going to bring a winning heritage back. He did that. He said he want to go undefeated. He didn't say he was. He said he want to go to undefeated. He's done that so far. He brung the SWAC championship 2 years in a row. Here's my thing. He's also helped out other HBCUs because without Deion influence, and you wouldn't have had Southern with their new uniforms that just got played in last week, and you wouldn't have had coaches to come and coach in the HBCU. Prime example, what's the dude that used to coach for Cleveland? He can't, but the one that's coaching Grambling now.
Hugh Jackson?
Yeah.
Hugh Jackson.
Yeah, without Deion's influence, and
no, that's not. I don't believe that's
not true.
Hugh Jackson, that was the only thing. Yeah, I don't think
They're
Hugh
not
Jackson. He was falling at the bottom of the barrel
Listen.
anyway. So
Listen, here's my thing, and I don't care how y'all take it. I don't care how y'all slice it. If Deion wouldn't have never went to HBCU, Hugh Jackson wouldn't have been at the HBCU.
Yes, he
Neither-
would
I don't
because he would because he's looking for
wouldn't have.
another opportunity to coach. No NFL team is going to bring him in their building. Period. The reason why he got his opportunity, he needs to thank Eddie George for that opportunity. Because without Eddie George, he wouldn't be a Grambling right now, bro. And with all of the garbage that's going, all of the garbage that went on with Grambling this year with the Art Browse and all that situation, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Coach Hugh Jackson does not put together a winner this season, I promise you, them folks gonna turn on his behind. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you.
His ass is gone.
So the thing is this.
Go
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Let me speak on something, man. Let's be real about this, right? I went to a HBCU, right? I went to a HBCU. I went to 1865, right? I went to HBCU. I went to 1865, right?
But that's cool. But you know where I went to. But I went to 4607. Oh,
you went to corner U. All right, so look, let me tell you. So let me speak from an HBCU perspective, right? And and let's be honest, Virginia Union wasn't my first decision, right?
Right.
But I thank God that I decided. Well, I thank God that He closed the other door so I can go there. When Deion first, and I'm gonna be real, and I don't care how nobody take this, because I coached against Deion when we used to bring Shutdown down to Atlanta. I told you when Deion had the Truth program, right?
Right.
And Deion had Truth Academy. I think Shindor was like in the 6th grade, and I think the other son
was in the 8th.
He was like the 8th grade or whatever. Yeah. And so I had just started Team Holy Dirt, and my man Keon Carpenter, rest his soul, was at Team Holy Dirt with me, and he said, "Yo, Dunk, you inspired me to start Team Shutdown, right? Shutdown Academy, because Deion had Truth Academy. So Keon went and started Shutdown Academy. And what Keon did was he took all the all-star players from around Baltimore City, put them on one team, and the thing was 6th grade, 8th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. And the thing was it was going to come down to Atlanta, play against Jamal Lewis's team. He was bringing from Tennessee. Mm-hmm. He bought D'Angelo Hall bought a team from Virginia in Atlanta. And we bought the team from Baltimore, and Deion bought the team from Texas. Right. And we all met in Atlanta. It was, good to hang out with Deion and in the clubs and this, that, and other. But on game day, because his sons was playing, we was coming at their neck. Right? Deion wasn't a great coach at all. He was a yeller. He was a holler. And he wasn't a good coach at all. I'm just being honest. When they was playing and they was getting smashed. And even when after that, he started Truth Academy, right? So when they was playing at Truth Academy, remember when they went to high school, when Shadow went to high school, Shador went to high school, remember Deion wasn't no head coach at the high school. One of his guys let him come on as offensive coordinator, and you seen the ESPN games, he wasn't that good. You seen it.
I can't say that.
So you seen it. I mean, look, I'm an offensive coordinator, a quarterback coach. You seen it. You can go back and look at it for yourself. They wasn't that good. And so what happened was he only coached even back then because he wanted his son to get an opportunity, right? It's the same reason I coached Lil Duncan, because Lil Duncan was the smallest one on the team. And I said, man, if I don't get a job in the high school, ain't nobody gonna give my child an opportunity because he's so small. But then with me coaching, they got a chance for him to see them in a different offense, and he blew up from there. Anyway, Jackson State took a chance because Deion wasn't even a head coach in high school, right? So he really don't have no head coaching experience. So they took a chance. Jackson State was at the bottom of the bottom. That it was having crazy financial issues. And the guy actually even said, Robinson said, look, if we take a chance, we know Coach Prime gonna bring people. That's what we're gonna do. He gonna at least bring people. We at least can get our bankroll up, because it's the same thing that the Wizards did for Michael Jordan. They did with Michael Jordan.
Right.
They bought Michael Jordan to the Wizards because they knew they could sell tickets. The Wizards was getting ready to go bottom up until Mike came there.
Right.
Right. And so what happened was they took a chance on a guy that didn't have no experience as a head coach, have never coached on the college level, never even coached as a head coach on the high school level, and was at best a mediocre offensive coordinator, but his passion was his son and making sure his son gets seen because he want his son to, he want one of his babies in the NFL. Right? So let's be real. He came in the door and he sold Jackson a Jackson State a dream, right? Did he fulfill them things? I believe he did. But here's my problem though with this. Here's my problem with this. And like I told you earlier, and I said on my live, if he was going to build at Jackson State, look at the pride that HBCUs took when Deion came to Jackson State. Guys was transferring and leaving from other schools, even like Alabama, to come play for Deion at Jackson State. Dudes started going to Morgan State, Norfolk State. They started going to North Carolina Central when they didn't get it because of the simple fact that we might get a chance to play against Jackson State. FAMU started getting more recruits and everything else. Top recruits started leaving, not going to these big white schools and started going to HBCUs just because of what Deion did. And I respect him for that. But he did promise that he was going to help shine a light and change around the way we govern HBCUs. He did promise that in his speech.
And he did it.
They did. NCAA ain't changed the way they govern HBCUs yet.
Listen.
They haven't.
Listen. Every instant, all right, check it out. Deion Sanders gave you the blueprint, right?
What blueprint?
Listen. Deion Sanders gave the blueprint on how to have a successful program. If every coach take what Deion Sanders did at Jackson State, look how big HBCUs can be.
Bullshit.
How?
Let me tell you why it's bullshit. Deion Sanders is a different cat, bro. You wore Deion Sanders shoes when you was in high school. You wore his jersey. You was rocking Must Be the Money when he came out. You was dancing in the end zone like Deion Sanders. Everybody ain't got that characteristic or swag or whatever that they can go to a school and get everybody to leave their school and transfer because of mouthpiece that's there. Everybody can't. So what blueprint did he leave? He leave. Get everybody to transfer in to your school? How are you going to do that?
Check it. Watch this. If Deion can do it, everybody can do it. Watch this.
Deion played football. He played in the Super Bowl and the World Series.
Wait, check it. Didn't Obama come out and say, I believe I can? And if you believe you can do it, and everybody was like, I can believe I can do it. I can believe I can do it. Deion came out, I believe I can. Can you do it? Yeah. Yo, if them two can do it, and that's night and day, why can't the coaches now do it? And the problem is Deion's a go-getter. These coaches now on an HBCU level, some of them, not all, they want it handed to them.
Did you know Barack Obama and George Bush were childhood friends?
Yeah, they family members.
Right. Listen. Basically. So everybody can't do it, Dana.
Listen, but he learned how to do it. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, here's my thing. HBCU and semi-pro and remind me so much of the same. Everybody wants something for nothing. You have to go out and get it. If you want to look good, and you know your team don't have it, but it look good, it's nothing to spark up. Yo, let's go get some new uniforms, save up $60, save up $120. Let's go do this. Take the pressure off the coaches, semi-pro, HBCU, president, take the pressure off the coaches. Let's look, put your hand in that motherfucking pot that you've been talking about. That's what we don't have. It's not enough people vocal enough to speak out about this.
Dana, how many people in this world has played in a Super Bowl and a World Series?
Slim to none.
how many people in this world have played in the Super Bowl and the World Series?
I just said it, slim to none.
Right, only one.
Not only one, it was a couple, but slim to none.
Deion's the only one that played in the Super Bowl and the World Series. Now there's some that play football and baseball, like Bo Jackson.
Okay.
But Deion's the only one that played in the Super Bowl and the World Series, right? Super Bowl ring and the World Series, right? So when you talk about everybody can do it, Deion has done things in life that nobody else has done. How many people that played in the NFL has actually scored a touchdown on offense, defense, and special teams?
Not many.
Right. So you're talking about a guy that comes with how many people have came out of high school, came out of college, talking about must be the money and got all this endorsement deals and this, that, and the other. Not too many people. So you're talking about a person that's one of a kind, and all of us are, but we're talking about a person that basically got an opportunity. Like Jackson State gave Deion they took a shot in the dark with Deion because he wasn't qualified to even coach at Jackson State at all. And so my problem is this: if somebody gives you an opportunity, right, that you know you're not qualified for, then I'm not saying you stay there forever. But what I'm telling you to do is this: why can't we? And this is the problem. And I was telling you earlier, just like Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons sold Def Jam, right? Russell Simmons sold Fat Farm, right? Russell Simmons just sitting on a whole bunch of money now. He loaded with money, right? Really no assets and stuff like that. He probably got his own ass, but I'm talking about that we can actually see that's going to be left behind. You're talking about Jay-Z sold Rockaway. Every time we build our businesses up, you know, you talking about Bob Johnson sold BET. BET was the only station we had, bro. That was the only station that was ours. Every time we build our businesses to a certain level, they come in and listen to me. These motherfuckers print. Can I say motherfuckers?
Good.
These motherfuckers print money. They have unlimited money. And so what they do is they dangle money in our face, and we leave our business and we sell our businesses to them, and we get all the cash. And it's just like playing Monopoly with no properties, right? Okay. We have nothing to leave, and we lose our bargaining. We lose our bargaining interest. We can't bargain because we don't own nothing.
Okay.
We don't own nothing because we keep selling. We build all the business. Look at all the things we invented in life. They haven't invented nothing. Not even creamy cheddar cheese. We invented all. When I seen the research on that, it's like, what did they actually invent? They stole everything, and they could take the money and they could buy us away from our people. They did it to us again. We had a hero that was advocating for HBCUs, and they came and they took our hero the same way they did with Dr. King, same way they did with Malcolm X. They took our hero, and we're going to go run and scatter again.
I disagree.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm going to go back to that. But Parr said, hey, Coach Walker, where you at? But don't get quiet now, bro. Parr said Deion should have stayed long enough to see his first class graduate. Well, he did see his first class
Absolutely.
graduate.
I respect that.
He did.
No, we're not talking about the ones that were seniors or juniors when he came in.
Listen. So Deion should have stayed when people was taking from him, and you broke down that it wasn't directly taken from him, it was taken from the school because it was allocated. But Deion should have stayed when, matter of fact, when he asked the coach, for the president, but he said, look, give me $1 million a year for 10 years. The president said no. Okay. He said, I can give you 350, I think it's 353,000. Because he was only getting 330. So he said, I can give you 353,000 for 3 years. Okay. You got Colorado that have the best of the best equipment, best and the best everything. Deion, I can give you $5 million, or we can give you $5 million for the next 5 years, right? That's a no-brainer. No-brainer. On top of that, the AD come out and say, we don't have enough money to pay Deion right away. So now it comes out to be, did Deion leave for the check or was it the principal? And
he left for the potential of the check.
Thank you.
The potential of the check.
Okay.
But he make a statement and say it ain't about money though.
Huh?
I say that he make the statement that it wasn't about money.
It gotta be about money. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it gotta be about money. This is the most obvious thing. It's the most obvious thing. That's why it gotta be about money. Did you hear the end of the press conference? At the very end of the press, not when he talked to the players, I'm talking about the end of the press conference.
Colorado?
Did you see when Deion said, huh?
Colorado or Jackson State?
Colorado.
Wait. But don't go there yet because we didn't get there yet. Watch this.
Okay.
I'm about to go. This is the exit interview. Let's listen to what Deion say in the exit.
What's going on, guys? I'm Jay the Black. Right before I record, one of the being a lot of prominence in the university, black people.
I hate when people just get their opinion instead of letting them say what you gotta say. Hold on, y'all. This kills me.
You can get it on my page.
Hold on.
This game, you're not ready.
So Lauren has chosen to leave the breaking the news to on-field staff, support staff, and transfer portal players to Colorado.
Hold on. Let me go grab it real quick. Because one thing I hate is when people try to, overreact or like overdo and add stuff and take out. No, I want to hear Deion Sanders exit.
But I got a question though. Because I've been listening. Do you think Deion even get an offer from Colorado if he never even went to Jackson State?
I asked Dana that earlier today. I said if he would have never won at Jackson State, right? If he would have never won, if he would have won 5 games a season, would Colorado even had interest in him?
Right. That's the
See,
question.
the thing is, when you go to a school like Colorado or Pac-12 school, they make their own money, right? They don't have the resource and the charisma to find somebody that they can bring in that's going to bring their crowd back. He don't have the ability to get guys to leave. Man, guys will leave their mother right now to go play for Coach Prime.
All right, let's listen to his exit interview real quick.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk about all that. Hold on. Let's listen to the exit interview. Here we go.
With your like snap with your earring in you. I'm real kind right now. Real kind right now. Y'all good. This is said y'all won. You won. You good. You kick back. We kick back. We won. Okay, down for the nitty gritty.
Shout out to this brother YouTube page, Anton Daniels.
Around about my whereabouts and what I'm going to do. And I like y'all to hear it from me and not from anyone else. It is what it is. Either in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated. Ain't no other way. You get elevated or terminated. And it ain't no graveyard coaches where they die at the place. It don't work like that. They either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off on your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept a job elsewhere next year. I'm gonna finish what we started. We're gonna dominate. I'm gonna be into that end and that conclusion. And then when that conclusion, we will move on. Now, what I don't want you to do is thinking something is better on the other side in regards to some of you. I would like to have the opportunity to meet with some of you so you don't go and jump in the portal and you die in the portal.
So let's mine that out really quickly. He said, let me help y'all to understand something.
I hate this part.
It's one or the other. couple years be able to put countless different to recruit.
Thinking since you have the Jackson State awards on you that people are just gonna flock you and they're gonna lace you like that. This is one of the best universities, I believe, certainly in FCS, that you could have an opportunity to play at because of all the bells and whistles and these particular things that we've brought here. And I'm trying my best with this wonderful gentleman to help choose the next guy for you. My recommendation goes to TC. They know how I feel about TC. I want TC, and several of the staff members are going to be retained here, but that's mine. I would love for someone in-house because I don't really know how y'all would act with somebody outside the house coming in to really not understanding how we function and how we get down.
He's breaking it down for him, and he's successful going out. Help them to understand that. Stop. Let me just show his people or a major platform today. AD, God bless. He was supposed to let nobody really has he changed the dynamics. He put them on the map.
Shout out to brother Anton Daniels. I did use this clip. So based on that, right? Let's go around the board. Big Vi opinion. What you think about it? Big Vi. Okay. Coach Walker, what you think about it?
The exit interview?
Yeah.
Well, I'm putting it like this. There's more to that interview that he well off media. That's where he got that from. That's Coach Prime's son's initial content. I'll say this: when he sat down and explained to those young men exactly what's going on as far as with them, want to prevent them from going to the transfer portal. Right now, there's over 3,000 athletes that are in the transfer portal from 2020, 2021. We have not got the numbers yet as far as 2022 from the NCAA of the number of athletes that are in that transfer portal.
Living with opioid addiction.
And the craziest thing about that is we're seeing the numbers increase due to the fact that the transfer portal just opened up yesterday.
Yep.
So that 1,000 could very well have already ballooned to 4,000 plus once we see the numbers at the top of the year. Now, as far as him having conversations with athletes, wanting to have them speak with him first before they get a transfer portal, he's already had 3 jump in the transfer portal as of today. Josh Griffiths, Rico Powers, and shoot, I forgot the young man's name. I talked to him earlier today. Hold on. His name escaped me, but I'm about to find it right quick because I hate when I do that. Michael Pleased all have jumped into the transfer portal for Jackson State as of today. Now,
so that means they're not playing in the game coming up.
It looks like it's going to be that way. I'm trying to get an understanding of this NCAA rule where they're stating that athletes can go into the transfer portal and still be allowed to play. I don't know how true that is, so don't quote me on that. I like to make sure I have all my I's and T's dotted and crossed before I definitely say, yeah, I stand on that. That's what this is. But if you look at the room itself, when you watch them pan through the room and look at the athletes that are there, there's a lot of them athletes in there. They're not happy with what's going on because they know it's going to be a select few that he's going to want to take to Colorado, because in the clip that you will see when he talks to the Colorado kids, he basically told they behinds, hey, y'all can go ahead and jump y'all behinds in the portal, because if
well, we didn't get to that clip yet.
I'm trying to give you the rundown on it, and I've already seen it. I'm gonna speak on it because I already know where I'm going.
Right,
you know
right.
So that's why I'm like, I get it, but this is the thing. When you look at them athletes in the room, they're not happy. They're not happy at the fact that, things are coming to an end. Now, those athletes did tell them they appreciate them. They appreciate the opportunity. Now, yes, they understand that they got to play the game just like he do. because they're trying to find somewhere else to go once he leaves Jackson State, because they're not guaranteed to go with him. So they want to make sure they're putting themselves in the best position possible by playing the same game that he's playing with them. So in hindsight, it's the business. Bottom line, it's business. I can't explain it no other way. It's business. And there's a lot of people out there that don't understand the business part. You got coaches that leave, come and go a dime a dozen. And then you have athletes that want to get in the transfer portal all the time when something doesn't go the way that they wanted to go. Well, in this case, they're wanting their coach to stay, but their coach is leaving. Now, I'm willing to bet you the athletes that he's taking with him, I'm sure they probably knew the plan at hand as far as what was coming next.
Oh, yeah.
So
let me ask you this. Because you made a good statement, and you said coaches come and go a dime a dozen, right? They come on every hand. So why is it a problem that Deion want to go? Why do it got to be about the money? Because Deion want to go to a better adventure. Yes, it is money involved. I'd be a fool to think that it's not. However, let's go here. He reached his ceiling at Jackson State.
I don't think so.
Okay, so what else do we got to prove at Jackson State?
Yo,
hold on, Coach. Wait. Hold on, Dana. Coach, you want to say it or you want me to say it?
I want both y'all to say it.
Go and say it. I'm going to piggyback off the shit.
Hey,
because Coach Walker was going at this for like a week straight. Trust me. Hey, y'all about to see war games now.
I don't mean no disrespect when I say this, but it ain't hard beating the teams in the SWAC when you go out here and get the better talent than what they have on their team.
Absolutely.
It's not difficult to do that.
So when you got absolutely, go ahead and speak on it, Coach. Speak on it.
Look, listen, man. I'm gonna use Alabama A&M for instance, right? Coach Maynard went and got 30+ athletes out of the transfer portal 2 years straight, bro. Do you know what that APR gonna look like, man? That APR is gonna be in the trash, dude. If the kids up decide they want to go back in the transfer portal, because now they're ready to take a hit. They're not grad students.
Watch this. Wait. Hold. And you can't say that he went and got kids that's better than everybody else because everybody got people to transfer in.
Dana,
it's not Deion's fault that everybody want to play prime time.
Hold on, Dana, hold on.
Everybody got players to transfer in. Am I right or am I wrong?
Dana.
No, you're not going to do that.
Dana, listen to me. That doesn't mean a hill of beans, bro. You know why? Do you know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because you went to Notre Dame and you was a 4 or 5-star recruit coming out of Notre Dame going to HBCU. What does that mean, bro? That don't necessarily mean you was on the field doing that thing out there where you was productive enough at your school where it showed up on the stat sheet. Bro, you coming somewhere else to put on at this other school. They don't know you from a hill of beans where you coming from. You coming in, you coming in there with a prestige that you're something that you're really not, because you wasn't that guy at that previous school. If you was, you'd have never left. I give you another instance. The kid that's over at Alabama State right now, and I don't mean no disrespect when I say this, that young man, Demetrius Davis, this young man sat on the bench for 2 years at Auburn University, bro. Auburn University played Alabama State, and they blew Alabama State out. Answer me this question. Well, hold on. You like to use the Joker, so I'm gonna come back with it. I'm coming back with the Riddler. Riddle me this. Why in the world did they not play this kid against Alabama State when they was blowing him out when he was over there on the bench? What they tell you? All I'm saying is, bro, when you look at this thing, you have to look at. Listen, you know what? He taught me how to take the lens like this and widen that sucker up so I can see everything. Because now this is what's going on. They sat back for the longest. Jackson State, don't get me wrong, is one hell of a team. But just like last season, when they ran through the SWAC in the manner in which they did, South Carolina State came there and punched them in the mouth. And everything that people couldn't do, you had Alcorn State. They was very close to doing it. You had Southern very close to doing it. But they didn't have the necessary pieces to get over that hump to beat them. South Carolina State, they had them dogs out there. Was like, guess what? We coming to bite you in the behind and let you know we ain't playing with you. And they got out there and they got after it on them. And not only that, but they took them lightly because they knew they had the talent out there on the team to beat that team. And guess what? When they say hard work beats talent, when talent don't believe in hard work. Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Yo, hey, Dana, did you forget he had the number one defensive back in the nation?
Travis?
Right.
Listen.
I mean,
Travis still got to prove himself on the next level.
Listen to what I'm saying. You missing what I'm saying. I'm just saying, these are the type of players that's coming into Jackson State. It's not hard to beat SWAC teams. Now, hold on, let me ask you this first, bro. Let me talk about this first. Dana, have you ever got recruited from a college to play football?
Of course I did. You know that.
What would the college coach come when did he come to your house?
Sat in the living room.
You went to the school when they
sat in the living room and everything. It's a difference.
All right, what is the first thing he promised your mother?
Shit, I can't remember that. That's a minute ago.
No, dog, that conversation important. If it happened, you remember that.
Nah, I remember, but he promised a lot of stuff. So I'm looking at
the first thing he promised your mother.
Oh, that I graduate.
No, he told you he's gonna take care of her baby.
No, the first thing he said was I graduate. That's the last thing he said to me. Because my mom, yeah, but that's the last thing he said to me. But the last thing he said was, Mom, once he leave here, don't worry about nothing because I'll take care of him.
Right. So what I'm saying is this. When you send your baby to college, when mothers send their kids to college, these college coaches come and they tell you, I'm going to take care of your baby. I'm going to look after him. When he leave here, he's going to be a man. You're going to leave him for degree and everything else. It's a certain calmness that come in you that gives you to let your baby go with this coach. Because the coach is actually, you are actually interviewing the coach as a parent, right?
Right.
And when a coach gives you a promise or tells you that when you come to school here, we're gonna do this, that, and the other. And for whatever reason, you leave Alabama, you leave these Power 5 schools, and you say, I'm gonna take a chance with you, Deion. And now when you decide to exit, you say you want to have a talk with me because you don't want me to jump in the portal because I might not bring you over there with me. Right?
Okay.
How do you feel as a person? I'm gonna tell you this. Remember David Banner was having a conversation on the podcast, right? And he said that the blacks that went north had a responsibility, right? Remember he said when he was talking about that?
Yeah.
The blacks that left the South and went north had a responsibility. And I'm just going to tell you this. We as blacks are at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the United States, all across the world. And I'm telling you, when we actually come to places like HBCUs, you have a different responsibility as a black man or as a black woman to your black community. I'm telling you, you do, bro. I'm telling you, you do. And when they give you that hero lifesaver and they put it in your hand and we say, we're going to follow you. We're going to follow you. We're going to trust you. We're going to follow. Deion at home, did you see him at homecoming? Oh, it feel good to be around my people. This is how it's supposed to look. He playing cornhole in the parking lot before the game. He walking around. Man, look, we got French fries. We got this, that. I'm around my, it feels good. Did you see him at college game day? Did you see? So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this.
Coach was there at game day.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. They did it to us again. They flashed the facilities. They flashed the money and the opportunity of more money. And they said, we're gonna buy you away from you. Come on, we're gonna take you away from your black folks. That's how they said. These HBCUs, right? But this is what we're gonna do for Jackson State, though. It's how so they won't feel like we just raped them. We're gonna give you a finder's fee. We're gonna give you a couple dollars for letting us take Deion Sanders. So Colorado was supposed to pay Jackson State a couple dollars as a finder's fee.
Listen. The question and the question was
that's the first sign of guilt when you gotta pay a school back. Hold up, Dana. When you gotta pay somebody back because you took something from them, you took their hero. That's the first sign of guilt.
The question was this, Duncan. I said Deion hit his ceiling, and you said that you disagree. I said, what else is left for him to do?
But like I just said, he has Deion had a responsibility for the community.
Okay, you said what else was there for him to do? What else was there for him to do? Okay, let's take it a step further. They asked him the question about him playing against Nick Saban. Alabama. He said, give me a couple more recruiting periods, and I'll be good to go. Now, this is the thing. Everybody's been waiting on him to play a little bit more tougher competition with the teams that he's recruited. We've never seen that.
Right.
We've never seen that.
So so here's the question, Coach. Do I sit back and wait to fulfill y'all, or do I take the opportunity that none of y'all has got so that way I can go and potentially pull y'all up to where I'm at?
Okay. How you gonna pull me? How you gonna help Jackson State from Colorado?
Right.
How you gonna help an HBCU from Colorado?
Here's the thing. If you listen to what he was saying, he said primarily there's not enough us on that next level. On top of matter of fact, he could have threw Jackson State under the bus for what they did to him, but he didn't.
Outside of the money supposedly get moved around, and he didn't get the money that he expected from ticket sales and all that other stuff. Let me explain something to you also.
Because they gave it to the pot.
Hold on, listen. Jackson State was already averaging over 40,000 fans in the stands before Coach Prime got there, bro. Okay, that's number one. Number two, hold on. Number two, Jackson State had not won a championship. I think it was like 6 years before he got there. So it wasn't like they were irrelevant. Even in the years when they weren't winning, people were still putting their behinds in the stands to come watch them folks play. It didn't matter what was going on. If it was homecoming, if it was one of those teams that they had the rivalries with, people were coming in there to watch them folks play. So that's why I say it's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people want to spend this the way they want to spend it. But let's be real here. They came and got that man. Number one, they saw what he was able to do at Jackson State with the hype. Colorado has not had that hype. They have not had a winning season since 2006. I believe the last winning season they had was 2016. Okay,
2 decades of trash.
This is the thing. When you ain't showed, God dang it, you ain't showed the freaking clip. Because when you show them boys sitting there in Colorado, I promise you're gonna sit there and say, who in the HELL gave these boys a daggone scholarship for a power? Don't even look like it. Look like they
right. I watch they practice.
No, watch this. Let's do it like this. Go ahead, Vi. I'm sorry.
I wanted to say some. I heard you say what made Deion. Why people feel the way that they feel about Deion leaving Jackson State. It was just something that I always remember coming up. Yeah, they have plenty of coaches out there, but it's a big difference than a coach versus a player's coach.
Right.
Everybody's not a player's coach. Deion Sanders is a player's coach. His players gravitate. They want to play for him. They want to get out on field. They want to do. They believe in everything come out of his mouth. So when you come up and say, I want y'all to hear from me first that I'm leaving, that's a hard pill to swallow, man.
So they didn't even hear from him first. They didn't even hear from him first.
So question, is that Deion's fault? That everybody else that coaches is not a player coach?
I mean, I feel like it's Deion's fault on the way that Duncan was saying, when you go and sit in these people's living rooms and you promise these kids something and they commit to Jackson State and you don't keep your promise.
Right. Like I told you, I think
these kids transferred to Jackson State because of him, off of his word. Then you leave. Like,
man, they gave this man the key to the city, everything.
Let me tell you. Let me
Listen,
tell you.
I don't.
Coach Prime, hold on, listen. If Coach Prime would have won 2 more SWAC championships, excuse me, if he won 3 more SWAC championships and brought HBCUs up to relevance across the board with what he was doing at Jackson State, because everybody would have piggybacked off of that and say, you know what, let me get on this train and get to understanding what he's doing. That man, not only would he been on 60 Minutes, Sports Illustrated, Good Morning America, HB was an ESPN Game Day. That man probably would have been on the front of Daggone Times Magazine.
So wait,
there's no way in the world.
Point. But y'all missed the point. So do Deion got to wait for other people to get on the train, or should they just look at what he did from day one and try to model what he did?
What if he don't succeed in Colorado?
Okay, if he don't succeed, and then guess what? He took that chance.
Guess what he gonna come back to though?
I don't think he'll go back to an HBCU.
Yes, he will.
Listen to me, bro. We talking about the Pac-12, bro. Let's be real. We talking about the Pac-12. We talking about a team that won 1 game this year in the Pac-12. You can transfer all the players in the see. The thing is, Deion was bringing in the SWAC. Deion was bringing apples to play against oranges.
Stop! You can't do that.
He was bringing a bunch of apples because they was transferring in to play against oranges. Let's just be real.
Everybody.
When you go to the Pac-12, everybody in the league got apples too, bro.
Okay. So guess
and
what?
So what I'm saying is this. I think we're missing the responsibility that we have for our culture as a person, bro. Like Dana, your son, your daughters are my nieces and nephews. I ain't gotta call Dana when I see them cutting up in the street. I'm gonna straighten them out right there, then and there. Fact. And then I'm gonna tell you, yo, I just punched your son in the back of his head because I seen him doing something. Yo, I think it's a responsibility we have to our culture being on the bottom, that when we get an opportunity to build our culture, to build an HBCU, because if you go back and look at it, that's why I posted Black Magic today. I need y'all to go and look at the Black Magic basketball documentary. I posted that because you got to understand, it was just in the 50s, in the 60s, that we weren't even allowed on them campuses, bro.
Facts.
University of Maryland didn't start, they first got their own black athlete, even though he was the best player on the team, until like 83 or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so this shit ain't old. When I was talking about Jerry Jones, he did that to one of y'all grandfathers.
Right.
That shit ain't old. But we still fly to their shit, though. That's what kills me. And they making billions off of us. And they gonna give us the scraps off the top. When we can go turn around and make billions for our HBCUs if we just come together and take our time.
And that's the problem.
Well,
everybody is afraid to just play their part and move forward. You got to be in charge, i.e. the daggone president of Jackson State. You got people looking at you in a manner which they're seeing that, hey, okay, we see Coach Prime over here doing some great stuff. Hey, fantastic job. Hey, you getting your accolades. But because people are talking about Coach Prime and his name is coming out in the manner which is coming out, you can't stand that. And that's the problem that we have from time to time, and we don't know how to
That's
check.
why I got kicked out of Dundalk High School, because Coach Duncan had more power than the administration and the principals. I understand that. But let me say this. When you as a university, as a coach, I mean, as a president of a university, as a president of as a principal of a high school, the football coach that you select is the most important selection you're gonna make at your school. As a president of a university, the football coach that you select is going to be the most impacted person, more than the president at your school. You're gonna have more power than anybody at your school.
All right, now
And
watch
hold on.
this.
Coach Duncan, wait, Coach Duncan, I got one for Dana. Dana, let me ask you a question. If Nick Saban was to leave Alabama tomorrow, would the Alabama fans be acting the same way some of the Jackson State fans are acting right now?
Of course. Because they think Nick Saban God.
Okay, so if they think Nick Saban is God, how do you think the folks in Mississippi might have felt?
Well, guess what? Here's the thing.
They was following Jesus.
Wait. Check
Dana,
it. Check
no,
it.
Dana.
They looked at Deion like Jesus.
You can't ask me a question and then don't let me answer.
You answered it. You trying to give me a guess what? But go for it.
Oh, I ain't trying to give you a... I learned
like he was gone.
Coach Walker go at this all the time. Look, all last weekend, Coach Walker was like, I call you that. Look, here's the thing. If every HBCU get on their horse and stop talking, they can get the same recruits too.
We can't.
Why?
We can't.
If Deion can do it, everybody else can do it.
Dana, you gotta remember.
This is what Eddie Robinson meant when he said Deion wasn't swagger.
Yo, you got to remember,
Eddie
Dana.
Robinson Jr. can't talk because he interviewed and for the Colorado job first.
Listen to me, Dana.
Hold
you
on.
gotta remember. And let's be realistic. Hold on, Coach. Let's be realistic. When you go to an HBCU, let's be really real. That wasn't your first choice.
No.
Right. Most players is at HBCUs, it wasn't their first choice. Their first choice didn't recruit them or it didn't work out. So they ended up at an HBCU, and it's a decision that they made, and they don't regret it afterwards, but it wasn't their first choice. I promise you. You can go down the line and ask every kid, where did you want to go at first? I bet you it wasn't the school that they had when they had the HBCU. That wasn't a school growing up. Right? So you saying if HBCUs just get off their butt and recruit, it don't work like that. We don't have the resources.
Have been recruiting. They doing all of this. Ain't none of them getting out there doing nothing. Come on, man.
Hey, yo, hey, Dana, do you know the University of Florida, the Gators have a lazy river around their football house?
Yeah.
Do you understand that? So if I'm going to get recruited, right, and I'm going on a visit to the University of Florida, right, and I come up and I see guys sitting in a lazy river with iPads, coming down the little the sliding board, just floating around on their iPads, doing their homework and everything else, and then I go to a Morgan State, or I go to a North Carolina Central, and they don't have the facilities to compete with. What school am I going to pick?
Listen. I don't know what school you're going to pick, but the one thing I always
know what school I'm going to pick.
No, Ken, I'm going to tell you why. One thing I learned the hard way. Just because you look pretty don't mean that you can produce pretty. So
we're not talking about women. We're talking about college football.
I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about college football. Just because you look pretty and your facility is pretty don't mean that you're producing pretty. At the end of the day, I want to go to a coach that's going to coach me and that's going to not let me get away with my shit.
Not let you be Dana, basically.
Right. If I can get a coach but I see something in me, but I'm saying, look, you ain't going to do it your way. You're going to do it this way. This is the way we doing it. If you can't do it this way, don't come back. I can respect that more than a coach, but that's going to kiss my ass. Oh, Dana, just give me 422 yards on the ground. Oh, yeah, Dana, and just come off that end and just give me 2 sacks. You don't even got to go to – I mean, it's no class today for you. I have one of the boosters pay you. Man, I can't respect that. Even though I might like that, I can't respect that. And matter of fact, let's keep it a buck. Ain't too many people built like that.
Hey, did anybody look at North Carolina A&T's homecoming this year?
No.
Oh, G-Ho? Is that G-Ho?
Yeah.
It's G-Ho, right?
Yeah. Did you see who they played this year?
I forgot who did they play? Was it Howard? No.
No, they played Hampton for homecoming.
They don't even play black colleges no more.
Yeah, they do. They did this year. They put listen. Okay, check this out, Coach Duncan. That's one.
Who they play?
Hold on, I'm about to pull up the schedule for you right now. Hold on.
They play Campbell for homecoming.
Yes, they did. They did. But this is the thing. I'm gonna run their schedule down to you right quick. You're gonna trip off. You're gonna trip out over this. Cause see,
you know they're right, because they're in a different conference.
Right, they're in a different conference. But guess what? They got smart. And I'm gonna tell you how they got smart. How they got smart was the fact that they knew their people enjoyed watching them play HBCU teams. So guess what they decided? They decided they're going to mix in HBCU teams with their schedule, i.e., they played North Carolina Central University first game of the season.
Right, that's a rival. That's a rival game. So they keep that. Yep.
Right. South Carolina State. Edward Waters, I still don't understand why they was even on their schedule. They're a Division II school that's just been getting beat up like the stepchild. But they had them on schedule.
Right. That's the starter games.
Right. They played Norfolk State. So they put 3 HBCUs on their schedule to make sure that they fulfill some of the needs of their fan base. They're not stupid.
No. They're in the Sun Belt. They understand the Sun Belt.
Right. But what I'm saying is that they played some of the MEAC teams that they normally would play outside of Edward Waters and Campbell University, which is in their conference. They played
Campbell in their conference.
Right. They played those teams that's in the MEAC to go ahead and fulfill to make sure that they're still able to get out here and play some of those HBCUs that so many people have become accustomed to seeing them play. People already know it's money in them HBCU games. You just got to position everything.
So there's money in these games, right? There's no reason why each school shouldn't have their own resource package.
Bro, we trying to tell you that the way that they govern HBCUs are totally different. So Dana, understand this, man. Do you know how much? And look it up, right? You look it right there on your computer. How much did the championship team? Huh?
You're missing the point that I'm making.
What you saying?
And the point that I'm making is, I know you said they govern us different, but it shouldn't be a difference in governing. This is the point.
Right, but we don't write the rules for NCAA.
But guess what? And we also don't say nothing about the ones that's doing it either. We're sitting on our tail and we just getting what they hand to us. Deion went and changed a lot of stuff. And Deion spoke out against a lot of stuff.
Right. He spoke out against a lot of stuff and he thought he changed stuff. But if you just looked at it, you just said that some money when the municipal pot went missing. So he didn't really change much. He ain't changed the way they govern it.
Wow. Watch this. Not just that. But okay, let's go ahead. Even though a lot of stuff did go missing from the municipal pot, right?
It didn't really go missing, Dana. Those other buildings on the school needed upgrades.
Listen,
Dana, I'm trying to tell you how the municipal pot works.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is it's wrong. It's not supposed to be that way.
Right. We can say that all day long, but since HBCUs has been in existence, this is how it has functioned. And so the thing is this, Deion Sanders is not going to change the way that NCAA makes the HBCU function. Put it this way, Deion Sanders was not going to make the police govern the black community different than they do the suburb white community.
All right.
It's not going to change with a coach.
Hold on, check it out. Look. This is the case. Wait, hold on, Dan. In 1978, that's when the NCAA decided they was going to split the FBS and the FCS into different entities, right? So from there, the reason why that split happened was because of the TV deal. The bigger name schools did not want to split that money with the smaller name schools. That's why this happened. Ever since then, the bigger name schools have continued to go back to the NCAA and make additional changes in which the NCAA has made concessions, give them what they're asking for, which is a bigger lion's share of the finances that's coming through TV deals. Why do you think the Big Ten right now has a TV deal that's going to kick in that's over $1 billion? They kept going back over and over and over again. I think somebody specified earlier about how these athletes are getting their Pell Grant money as refund money as their stipend. Yeah. Not only that, but see, check this out. Even with the Pell Grant money that they're getting back, they're still getting a stipend behind it. That's out there. Georgia Tech, them kids was getting $6,000 back a year. That money is out there, bro. Them numbers is out there. And them numbers, when you see them numbers, I promise you, you're going to sit there and say, how in the, did this happen? Bro, when I keep trying to tell folks, we got to get in the habit of understanding exactly how this game is played. We might not beat you at the game, but we got to find a way to get a foothold on what's going on and start trying to maximize our efforts as far as where we're trying to go. I'm going to give you this. When you got a HBCU in the SWAC that's charging $15 to $20 per game for per their home game for a ticket, what kind of damn money are you making, bro? What kind of money are you making that? Now, I'm
you want to know how much I paid for the Penn State game?
How much?
I paid $75 for a ticket, and I was all the way up there.
That's my point. Now, here, check this out. Now, this is the thing. If we don't value our stuff, I ain't saying put the ticket prices at $75. I'm saying, hey, you can put the freaking ticket prices at $60. But the bottom line is you got more money coming into the daggone school, coming back in for the football team, as well as you can take money to give it to the school, money to give it to the football team, so that you continue to keep building and doing the things that you need to do. It's high time people start understanding business. A lot of these cats don't understand business. They too busy with their collars too damn tight to understand, hey, listen, you got to get off your damn pedestal, step down for a second and talk to these people like you got some damn sense. Coach Prime sat here. He got you all of these deals based off of the people that he knew. How many of y'all sat in the daggone meeting to get an understanding of, okay, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I need to talk to who? I need to talk. Bro, come on, man.
That's the point that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making.
But wait. The problem is, it's just like the whole thing with he ain't SWAC. I'm going to tell you where that came from. Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. was telling us what was going to happen, but we wasn't paying attention. That goes back to something Malcolm X said a long time ago. We go into rooms and never listen. We hear what we want to hear. We don't listen to what's going on. Because the simple thing is, a lot of times people are talking and we're so busy doing everything else under the sun, we ain't paying attention to what's being said. That man sat there and said himself out his mouth, go back and run the clip. Man, I hope he don't get no Power 5 job. I hope he here next year so I can play for homecoming. He ain't SWAC, I'm SWAC. Know why he said that? Because he already knew what was coming down the pipe. They knew what was going on a while back, bro.
But wait. Eddie Robinson can sit there and say that Deion wasn't SWAC, but why did he interview for the Colorado job first?
Who, Eddie Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
When?
Yeah, he interviewed for that first. As a matter of fact, and that came out under a blog. What blog was I on?
Bro, let me tell you something.
But I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna send it to you. But I'm gonna go back and get it. I'm gonna send it to you.
Dana, look up how much the winning team of the national championship won. How much money that they won, the winning team of the national championship for this year, this past season.
And what? Which football?
Football. National champion when Georgia won. See how much the winning team won. How much money the winning team made. How much money the losing team made. They went to their school. Oh, let me let the girl out.
Nah, he I don't think I think that was some made up stuff there, brother. And listen, there's nowhere in hell Eddie Robinson applied for that job. I'm gonna tell you why. This is Eddie Robinson's first time coaching football.
I'm just telling you what was said on the blog, brother.
No, I get you. But what I'm saying is that this is the first time that he's coached football, period. He's played football, but he's never been a coach at football nowhere from what we understand. If this is so, then I stand corrected. But from my understanding, this was his very first coaching job, football coaching job.
So, Coach, is it safe to say that the SWAC has just become the celebrity coaches football association? Like they just hire a bunch of celebrity coaches?
I would say yeah, because
that was Eddie George was the same way.
Eddie George was the hold on, what's that guy?
They don't say.
I think it was like 315 million. About 315 million for the winning team. I think the losing team got like 279 million to the school. What color are all them athletes that was out there?
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Each conference receives $6 million from the college football playoff for each team selected for a semifinal game, and $4 million for each team that plays in a non-playoff game bowl under the college football playoff. There is no additional payout for the national championship game. Only additional expenses covered.
It's a lie. They even talked about that on international championship game, how much money each team was going to be making, or how much money goes to the school.
Hold on. $6 million.
Nope.
Wait. Okay.
It's in the hundreds of millions, bro.
Wait, check it. According to Front Office Sports, both Georgia and Alabama will receive $4.2 million per university for playing in a national title game alone. Collectively, for making it to both the college football semifinals and the national championship, Georgia and Alabama will take home an additional $6 million apiece on top of the $4.2 million.
Nope.
I'm saying,
I know what you're reading, but I'm telling you, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars because of the broadcasting deals.
But wait, the television viewership. Oh my God. The television viewership numbers for the national championship game are low, as Georgia and Alabama average 22.6 million viewers across ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPNU. How's that low?
That's normally low, but you gotta remember, a lot of people have parties for that. So, you know, most people having parties for them championships or going out to bars and stuff like that. So it's not on like individual TVs.
Okay.
You know.
So now, can we watch the Deion Sanders?
Go for it, brother. Go for it,
John. Because y'all folks been trying to no.
I'm gonna cut that thing up, boy. Let's go.
when you talking about the Colorado joint? Oh yeah. When they was mute when he was talking.
Right now. Here we go.
Oh no. I was talking about the press conference. This is okay. Go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
This was blessed. It wasn't about a bag. I got that. It was all about opportunity to do something that hadn't been done in quite some time. And Rick, I'm forever grateful for that opportunity, my man. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for investing in me. I appreciate it. Now let's get to business. You know, at Jackson State, you gotta believe. I'm still gonna believe, because I've been believing ever since I was shorty. When I told my mother at age 7, I was gonna make a lot of money, I was gonna be rich, she was gonna never have to work another day of her life. And then my actions lined up with that belief. And I had to stop believing. And I have a problem when young men, with everything in front of them, don't believe. That's a problem for me. It's a tremendous problem. Because you can rescue your mama, you can rescue your father, friends, loved ones, the homies, anybody who's looked out for you. You have the ability and the opportunity to do that. But you gotta believe. It's a spirit around this.
Hold on.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before. Follow
Team around the school that is not traditional. In some kind of way, you guys have accepted it, and you've begun to be complacent with it. And even some of the guys that aren't here that's supposed to be here, those little ones. All this don't stop. I still have unfinished business to do at Jackson State, because whatever I start, I'm gonna finish. And we gotta go win this championship. We're gonna do that. But then shortly thereafter, I just want you to know, I'm coming. Not to compete, but to win. Not to show up, but to show out. Not to be amongst the rest, but to be the best. I'm coming. I'm flat out coming. This is real. This ain't no ESPN or this ain't one of the networks you just happen to see on. I'm right in front of you. You know why? Because I'm coming. I'm coming to restore, to replace, to re-energize some of y'all that are salvageable. I'm not gonna lie, everybody just sit there going to the seat. Ain't gonna have a seat when we get back. But I'm coming. I started, and we're gonna go dominate, and we're gonna work. I'm coming to work and not to play. I'm coming to kill it and not to kick it. I'm coming. So you gotta understand, so when I get back, there ain't gonna be no hats on me, there ain't gonna be no hoodies on me, there ain't gonna be no phones. I wish you would bring a phone in my meet. There ain't gonna be no earrings in the meet. Everybody's gonna look like everybody. I'm coming. It's gonna be a different place, a different feel, a different attitude, a different energy, a different work ethic, a different moment, a different hunger, a different desire, a different need, a different capacity. It's gonna be a different reach. I'm coming. See, by now you gotta feel it. You can feel what I'm saying. You can feel where I'm coming from. You know I ain't playing because I got the credentials to back it up. And you're gonna hear it because it's gonna be little solid little footsteps that you don't even have to strain. But you're gonna know I'm coming. Just for the sake of my voice, the commitment to excellence, that there's not gonna be any more mediocrity, period. I'm coming. Some of y'all that really got it, that really want it, and really deserve it, and you got a place beside a pool that don't want it, don't deserve it, they don't even love it. I promise you, it's my job to get rid of it. Come. I love everything about this institution. I mean, the academics prevalent, no crime, beautiful city, beautiful state. We've never had nothing of sort to work out in, to trade in. Our kids would go absolutely crazy to be in this situation that you're in. But you don't deserve it. You don't want it. Some of y'all don't even think you deserve it. I'm coming. And usually when God sends me to a place, He sends me to a place to be a conduit to change. Uniforms may not even look like they do now. The police, I guarantee it's gonna be some special. We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis. Okay. It ain't gonna be no more of the mess that these wonderful fans, the student body, and some of your parents have put up with for probably 2 decades now. I'm coming. And when I get here, it's gonna be changed. So I want y'all to get ready. To go ahead and jump in the portal and do whatever you're gonna get. Because the more you jump in, the more room you make. Because we bring kids that are smart, say that smart, tough, fast, disciplined, with character. One more time. Smart, tough, fast, disciplined, with character. That's the one we're going to get. Is that you? Is that you? Yes, sir. 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 So how bad do you really want it? How bad do you really want this? What are you sacrificing right now to substantiate that you really want. What are you surrendering? What you giving up right now? That's folks still playing football and we ain't having a darn beat. So obviously there's a problem, right? Let me fix it. So if they ask you what he said in the meeting, what went down? I want you to say 2 words. That out you just said it. Everybody know what that means when that comes. Not only am I going to show up, but I'm going to show out. Now, I'm through with mine. Let's get to yours. I'm here on the spot for any questions. Yeah, quarterback is coming. Yep, about 10 more coming. And then they dogs. And then they go hunt and they go eat. Anything else? This is your opportunity. Don't get outside and start talking when you got me right in front of you. Let's get it over with now. Anything you want to say? If there's questions, it can be anything. Yes, sir.
What position coaches are you keeping?
What position coaches are you keeping?
Right.
Right? It's going to be one of the best staffs you ever seen in something. They come. Best recruiting staff you ever seen in something. They come. A bunch of go-getters. I just met with several to 10 powerful boosters that's ready to give. But I told them I want these kids focused on the NFL, not the NIL. But guess what they told me? They come. Good question. Let's start it off. Some more. Great question. We got some talking people that don't want to talk now. No? Tell they get in the locker room, they want to talk, right? Talk now. Let's get it out. Yes, sir.
What are the major changes you see you going forward?
Everything. Everything. The way you think about the game, the way you study the game. You know what our kids do? And I hate to keep this on the back because I got one more to finish. But what coaches, this is our defensive back coach right now, Kevin Master, stand up, Kevin.
They put in time, but they're not putting in time. Because their teammates, they put in time, but they're not putting in no time. So that's what the other time before I film, I give it to him every Thursday. He can go through every last one of them to see who's actually putting in that time. Who really want to be for the team? That's how you come up with what you want to start or not. Be a starter, if you're not putting in the right time, you're not start this week.
I'm going to invest in you and you invest in yourself. I mean, you don't believe in you. I'm going to believe in you if you don't believe in you. You ain't putting in no other time to watch your opponent that's getting ready to try to do you in front of a national audience. So if you ain't putting in the time, why would I put you there? Good question. Let's go. That it? Yes, sir. It's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work. Summer. We have a couple breaks in the summer, off season. How should I say this? We're going to try to make it quick. Those of you that we don't run on, we're going to try to make it quick. That's what all season going to look like. I want the ones that don't want to quit. They want to be here. They want to work. They want to win. They want to be appreciative of every darn thing they get to here. That's what it's going to look like. Heck of a lot of work. I got to get you to the breaking point so I know what I got. I don't want to get in the game and then find out I got Jane when all offseason I had talks in. I got to figure that one out. And I'm going to get you there. Great question. Yes, sir.
What's your plan for like the injured guys?
Get treatment. If you're salvageable. If you're on the list that they told me to work there, it's a wrap. We're going to hug and kiss and say goodbye.
Introducing the first ever Sierra EV Denali. It is the Denali of EVs.
Knock. Winston. We liking that script I sent?
Yeah, I'm loving the detail.
Right.
Anything else? Yes, sir. Probably not. Haven't made that distinctive decision yet, totally. There's probably a couple of decisions I haven't made as of yet. We just got to kick my butt last night. I got to have another day. Great question, though. Anybody else? Coach Hart, linebacker coach. How long we been together, Hart?
16 years, 17 years.
Coach Kelly, how you doing, sir?
What's going on, Coach
Brian? Makes you smile. I love you, man. As part of the staff as well. Son, Bucky. All the stuff you see us post, these man. He's been a one-man machine. Now he gets the help. Don't believe. Thank you how you do social media. We know how to do social media. We don't know bungee jumping followers y'all got. 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's all we got. Put it out right now.
So, from that, what did you get from that, Vi? Or Duncan, what did you get from that?
Go to Duncan.
I'm a, you know, when you as a coach, and if you're really a really good coach, if you actually coach a position or position coach, a coordinator, you got to understand that when you come to a team and the team is 1-10,
1-11,
1-11, that was all about because they wasn't coached properly. And so it's hard to blame kids' work ethic and not, you know, like beat them up because they wasn't coached properly. Because they got, you know, the last coaching staff let them get away with being complacent and being under average. It's hard to come in there and beat up kids that just gave their blood all season long, and you coming in as a new coach and you blaming us for our record. Everybody knows, like, one of my biggest statements that I write on Facebook every Sunday, every Saturday is coaching makes a difference.
So, question. So did Deion beat them up, or did he let them know that what they got coming ahead of them is nothing that they ever seen before?
I think he beat them up on his first meeting with them. Like, I don't want to meet my coach, my new coach, and saying that type of shit to me. Like I was out there calling plays, or like I was out there, you know, like I ran the practice. You know what I mean? Like, so he smashed him in the first meeting. Like, I would have jumped in the pool that night.
But they say the quarterback from Colorado did. He only threw for 600 yards.
Guess whose son that is?
Whose son?
McCown's son.
Who? Right.
Oh, Lord.
But whose son?
Josh McCown.
Right.
Threw for 600 yards whole season, man.
Dude.
Right, but I mean, but is that his fault, or is that the system that he playing in for?
Honestly, truly, it was the system, bro. They listen. Them folks suck. I'm just going, and I'll
Yo, the coaching staff stuff. The coaching staff was horrible. I was watching them kicking soccer balls and practice. They had a soccer contest in football practice that a football player had to kick a goal against another football player, or coach had to kick a. I watched it. I'm like, man, this is what y'all doing in practice?
Man,
y'all at 1-11.
Hey, listen,
bad news, man.
They were straight up dumpster juice. And the crazy thing is, and like you look at like the athletic director right now. When you saw Coach Prime come in to the music, all eyes on me, and everybody sitting there looking at him. He said, "This is how we come in." He said, "Yeah, I'm just learning. This how we come in." I'm like, "Bro, really?" I mean, you bringing somebody in from outside your culture that you don't even understand the culture of where you ain't got this man from to bring it in.
Right.
Here.
They don't know him.
Of what it is. This is the thing. They understood Coach Prime was not a head coach. They got that. They understand he's a leader of men. He's a motivator. He's going to put the people behind him on his staff, in which right now he got some He got some folks coming in there. A couple of them.
He got some. The offensive coordinator from Penn State.
The head coach gonna be the offensive coordinator. Now this is check this out. Now this is the thing, and this goes back to what we were saying before, Dana. You brought Bartolone in as the offensive coordinator for Jackson State. You brought him in. This guy has been studying the tendencies of teams for at least a year to understand and know exactly what they're going to do. Check this out. You brought this man in to run the air raid that what's the coach name?
Mike Leach.
No.
Mike Leach. Yes, it's Mike Leach. He came up to Mike Leach.
Mike Zimmerman went in.
No, Mike Leach. Bartolone. He came to the air raid system, the offense that they run it. The thing is, you kept that man for one season. I don't even know if he's going with him over there. He ain't going over there as no offensive coordinator. He might go over there as an game day assistant or something like that, but he ain't going as no offensive coordinator. So this lets you know right there, he was already putting the pieces in place. Not to mention, but the other coach from what's the man's name? The coach that was down at
Texas A&M.
The coach that was at FAU that recruited Shador and Cam. He's on Jackson State. Not Jackson State. He's on Colorado's new coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, this thing was put in motion well before. And it's like now everybody's sitting back like, oh my God, what's going on? Man, listen, you know what? I honestly believe they were in talks well before the information surfaced at that game between Jackson State and Alabama A&M.
No. If you go back to the press conference,
all right, Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day.
No, if you go back to the press conference, Deion held his phone up and said that the guy Rick, he said, "Oh, he's slick. He real slick, y'all." Remember he was saying that? He said he's real slick. You gotta watch the whole press conference. He said he started texting me and sending me texts on October the 2nd. He had sent me a text of the field of Colorado and said, "Oh, it looked like it's a beautiful day in Colorado." And he said it. And every week, Deion said when they were playing the game, he'd send him a text, say, "Yo, good luck today. But it's beautiful when you love to play in this stadium." He'd send him a picture of the stadium. So he was basically like a chick being in his inbox.
Right. He DM'd him up.
So what happened was, Deion said, so he said he gave him a phone call one day, and he said he wanted to know Deion as the man. They started having phone call conversations, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said this was like maybe 3 weeks in after the first initial contact.
Yep.
Right. And so Deion said they started talking about, and he said he found out he was a family man. He was a man of faith. He's this, that. So he started talking to Deion, and then he said, "Well, it's really nice out here in Colorado. We know we got some nice facilities and this, that, and other." That's why he said he had to get out there to see them up. So if you remember, and I know you remember this, so the Broncos was getting ready to play somebody. And Deion cameraman, what's the dude name that always do the joints at the end on Mondays or whatever?
Reporter. He was talking about today. Denver plays Kansas City. I think this upcoming.
Right. It was like 2 weeks ago, right? He like when he was saying, "Yo, my favorite team is Kansas City. Always been my favorite team." And I know you're going to can you think I could get on a flight with you out to Denver playing Kansas City? You think I get on a flight with you out to Denver? And Deion sat back and said, "Oh, you slick for that one," because nobody really knew. It was just rumors.
Right.
And, you slick for that one. So we knew Deion was leaving that week to go visit the facilities. He basically put his oar to it. You know what I mean? And so they've been already courting Deion.
Yep.
And and what he did was, again, like I said again, and I never stop saying this, they came in and they bought our hero away from us for the HBCUs, and they paid a finder's fee to Jackson State because we just raped you. We took y'all guy. Here go a couple dollars. Go find y'all another coach. We're gonna take this.
Because I mean, they could be. I mean, Jackson State, they could be buttholes and go ahead and say, "Yo, this dude was tampering with our coach. We got our coach through, thinking like 2014, 2024, 2025. His contract was extended to, and he, you know, tried to leave. So I'm like, you really, you're tampering. You know, I don't
go look at the go look at the press conference. Deion snitched on it. Deion said it was December the 2nd. I mean, October the 2nd when he first contacted.
That was it, boy. This is my thing with all of that. With what he said to those athletes sitting there in the room, I'm waiting to find out which one of them jokers in that room parent is a big time booster, and they come jump their damn skin at what this man just said to them. Because they're like, bro, boy, I said, ooh. And the thing was, like the Jackson State athletes, they were watching, they saw the video as it was going on, right? And they were talking, man, I hope them athletes understand he ain't playing. And they know he ain't playing. Everything he said to them, he's already said to the kids at Jackson State. But see, this is the kicker. Coach Prime going in there with the aspect of, I don't give a daggone who the audience is. This is what it's going to be. And I mean, that's why I say I give this experiment 2 years. I give it 2 years.
Coach, let me ask you a question, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever went to where you live in? You live in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been to University of Georgia game?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You ever been on a field, on a sideline at one of the games?
Yeah.
I went down on the field after the fact, yeah.
During the game, when you're sitting on the field, and this was one of my problems when I used to, when you turn around and you look into the stands while the game going on, it's hard when nobody looks like you, bro.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell
it
you,
brings a different reality to you when nobody looks like you in the stands.
Well, hold on, check this out, Coach Duncan. But I was on the sideline. I had sideline press credentials for the Jackson State versus Southern game, the first one.
Okay.
And that was the same day, the same weekend as the ESPN game day was there. So I'd been me and my lady, we've been out there since like 6 a.m. in the morning. We was out for everything that was going on, right? The trip was, I'm standing on this sideline and I'm looking around at everything that's going on. Brother, when I tell you it took me 4 days to come down off that high.
I already know.
Folks in that stand, in them stands, cutting up in the manner in which they were. When I tell you it was surreal, I'm sitting like, wait a minute. And then when that song Coach Prime got, when he talks about who is SWAC, somebody went back masked up.
Who is SWAC? Yeah.
Bro, let me tell you something.
Whole crowd went there. I seen the video. The whole crowd went crazy.
He stood out there on that field and got to orchestrating the crowd, rocking back and forth, singing the song with them. And I mean, it was like an out-of-body experience where them folks were sitting there losing their stack, bro. And I'm
it probably was a feeling like, yo, this is what heaven's gonna be like when everybody's together and we just singing and having fun together. We all look alike. We love each other. We all brothers and sisters and cousins. And so you go to a place like Colorado, like, so I know about Colorado firsthand. I used to live in Colorado.
Okay.
I used to live in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
I was a Buff fan growing up. That's why when it first said, I was excited because that's the school I wanted to go to out of high school.
Right.
I was a Buff fan growing up. My father was in the Air Force. We lived on Fort Peterson and everything, Colorado Springs, right? And so it's a different. When you go to Boulder, I've been to Boulder. I've been on Colorado campus. You know, I've been on the campus.
Okay.
When you go to Boulder, it's a total different place for Black people. I'm telling you, it's a total different place for Black folks. And one of the things I don't really think people take into consideration is this. That whole entire state is legal for marijuana. And when them young boys go to Colorado and they got to go to these parties with them students, I don't care what type of discipline you put in place, somebody gonna fall through the cracks.
For sure.
Somebody gonna try to push the limit and go try to fall through the cracks. And you putting these kids in this type of, I don't think this shit was thrown out all the way.
You know, it was, I think, I don't want to say this was more so like retaliation because of what's going on, you know, with the with them not being compensated accordingly. I don't want to say that, but I will say that when, you know, I don't know the ins and outs as far as the relationship with him and the president, but when you got that type of situation going on where you guys ain't seeing eye to eye, bro, that just leads me to believe that at some point in time, something's got to give. And like he said you either gonna be escorted out or you can be elevated out.
Right.
Whichever way it's gonna go. He decided to be elevated. He go with the elevation. And go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
I say don't get me wrong. I'm not mad at him for taking the bag. I'm not.
No, me either.
But my issue is you can't. I just wish our people would stop doing that, where you're telling folks you're gonna do something and don't deliver on all of it. Because you know at some point in time, as you navigate through where you're trying to go, there's always going to be someone there that's going to see what you're doing, and they're going to wave that little bag in front of your behind to get you off course. And that's where a lot of folks felt that, you know, he left them, you know, without finishing the drill. Now again, there'd be some folks from Jackson that say, hey man, listen, they were trying to get back on their feet as far as, you know, COVID being there. You got a lot of folks that was literally on their behind financially. Right. Yeah, they made good on, you know, Jackson State coming through, having them games and whatnot. Heck, I was there the first season. I think we went there. I think we might have went. I think we went once or twice to a game in Jackson that season.
Y'all went 3 days, right?
Man, I'd have been to Jackson about 7 times, dog. So I'm just like, I mean, listen, dog. Jackson for us is like a second home, bro. We'd have been to Lorman. We'd have been to the Delta. We'd have been to Delta State. I mean, we've been around Mississippi. And like I said, it's not a bad place to go. Like I said, you see on my shoulder, I got a that shirt up there that say Stamp Super Burgers. Man, them folks have been feeding the Jackson State folks since their existence that they had that store there. Had that burger.
Wow.
So this is why I'm saying it's so much history that's around that campus that people don't even know anything about when, you know, if they've never been. And that's why I tell the Stamps all the time. It's funny. They check in on me from time to time to see, okay, let's see if he took the Stamps t-shirt down. And he come back and check. He said, dang, coach, you official. I said, Mr. Stamps, I gave you my word, bro. I can't give you my word and not move on it. See, that a lot of people, that means something to them when you stick on your word. You don't just have to do something in like, okay, I did a little something, I'm gone. Don't get me wrong. Yes, he made the football team better. But now with what he made better, you're taking it with you. You're taking the athletes with you. You heard him say, I got 10 dogs coming. They coming to hunt.
But what coach don't take their own dogs with them?
Bro, listen to me. I'm going to say this again. You got the athletes that come in and play in the SWAC. You had better athletes than majority of the teams that you played. Like Coach Duncan said, you're going to run up against teams that's going to have athletes that's going to be superior, far superior than the athletes that you have. And this is when your behind is going to get exposed. Because when I tell you the negative press is coming, it's coming. And you don't get to say, you don't
be one of the first ones with it.
Huh?
I'm gonna be one of the first ones with it.
Hey, you don't get to say, man, you know, like I give you an example. Oh, he told everybody in the SWAC, if you don't get me now, you won't get me. Well, guess what? You ain't gonna be able to run that game in the Pac-12 because UCLA, I mean not UCLA, USC, they're going to the Big Ten. I think in 24.
No,
so
next 23.
No, it'd be 24 because they play them next year. Hold on, let me go back and look at their schedule. I just had what's called schedule up.
Hey, can I add something in closing?
Go ahead, brother.
I want to share this. I believe, and I'm gonna tell a little story. I believe Deion Sanders. I understand Deion Sanders' ego. I think Deion Sanders is moving the way he's moving out, you know, inside of his ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know Deion feel like he got a lot to prove to the nation because people didn't give him an opportunity when he wanted the job at Florida State, when he wanted the job at these other big Power 10, the Power 5 schools. They laughed at him, right? You don't have no coaching experience. You just joke. We watch you coach on ESPN, and they laughed at him. And then when he did it, when Jackson State gave him an opportunity, he tore it up. He did a great job. He got kids to come in, leave big schools, and nobody never seen this before, and everything else. And I think he moved to Colorado out of the ego that I need to show them what I can do when I'm on their level. That's what he said. He didn't want to play Alabama because he said he wasn't sacrificing none of his kids because the bigs in the middle make a difference.
Right.
And he said, I think he wanted to show people what he could do when he get on the same level as these guys with these Power 5 schools. However, let me tell you a story. So I think he's operating in his ego. I had an ex-girlfriend, right? I ain't gonna speak her name. We was together when I was like 25, 24. The love of my life, right?
Oh, Lord.
And we had one bad moment. And I got inside my ego. And she made me feel a way in this moment that I didn't understand because my father created when I was younger, make me feel I wasn't good enough, right? And she made me feel like that again. And I didn't realize that until years later that was that feeling. And I blamed her for it, but it really wasn't that. I just didn't deal with my childhood traumas with my daddy, right? And I walked away from one bad moment. We had one bad situation, and I walked away. And I went and found somebody that made me feel like I was good enough for them, right? I was moving in my ego. She came back to me several times, apologized, wanted to try to make this thing work, this, that, and other. I had already mentally look, this is where I'm going to be. And so 20 years later, 22 years later, I realized I married the wrong person because I got married to that next person that I went to. Because I was operating out of my ego, right? And so what I'm seeing right now from Prime, because he want to show the world what he can do on that level when he level with them. I don't really think he's going to be happy there. I think in the beginning, because he got new toys, it's going to be exciting. But in the long run, I think when you operate out of your ego, or you operate out of your pride, and this is what they call a pack of lions, whenever you see pride, you need to go the other way.
So I have a question. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so I tell you that to say that anytime you make decisions or make a decision out of your pride and out of your ego, it's easy to get mad at your girl you with now when somebody started texting you on October the 2nd. And now you start seeing everything that's wrong with the girl you with right now. Because they showing you big booty, they're showing you the big field and the facilities and everything. I think he's operating, he moved out his ego. I think he's going to win, but I don't think it's going to be in the next year, 2 years, this, that, and the other. I think it's going to take some time.
So I got a question.
What up?
Because that's all I've been hearing is a lot of negative about Prime. So let's go. No, wait. But I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that's all I've been hearing, like around, like a bunch of negative people, like the dude Bomani Jones. I listened to his joint and laugh, but let me ask you this.
Okay.
What happens when Deion does the same thing he do at Colorado that he did for Jackson State? What will be the conversation then?
What's the conversation if you don't?
No, wait. And you can't answer a question with a question.
Oh, you can't use
that. Who made that rule up?
Oh, you can't answer a question with a question. We ain't gonna do that.
What white folks got you thinking that?
So, ain't no Duncan, but don't try that shit tonight here. You trying to don't try that shit tonight. I gonna put on my holy dirt shit. We ain't gonna edit.
I was just saying, like,
look, I'm just saying though, but what if he does with Colorado what he did with Jackson State? What will be the conversation like then?
I put it to you like this. If he does, hold on, let me go back to the Bomani Jones thing. What Bomani Jones stated was fact. It was straight facts. Why do is because if Coach Prime was just coming in there to be the football coach, then you could have came in and said, hey, listen, y'all know who I am. Y'all seen what I've done on the high school level. I'm coming in here to uplift this program and move us back in the manner in which we were accustomed to being back in 2007, 2008, so on and so forth, and left it at that. When you come in here giving folks the I have a dream speech, as if you're going to go ahead and shine this beacon of light on all HBCUs for everybody to understand that you should bring your Power 5 athletes to HBCUs to come play. And then all of a sudden now, just 2.5, 3 years later, you about face and you're going to go to the very place that you were telling people that they're telling these athletes that they shouldn't go. You sound like a hypocrite, bro. It is what it is. I can't get around that. But in his defense, right, in his defense, I just got this information just came through my channel as far as one of the videos that I just posted. And I'm gonna read it to you. I ain't gonna tell you the person's name, but I'm gonna read it to you. They say there was a lot of mess behind the scenes provided by the president and administration. During the team meeting, he mentioned internal fighting. Where here you go. Look at the ADs when Deion mentions fighting. JSU admin threw $1 million to get him to stay. This is nothing compared to the money Deion used Deion used to money inadequacies to school did not address. They did not honor his ticket share revenue based on the contract. They technically owe Coach Prime $1.2 million. They have not paid many games where stated as sold out, but the books were cooked to deny Deion's shares. Tracy Edmonds was trying to get College Hill show on JSU campus. The president nixed the deal and many others. Do you recall Deion bitching about classic games and revenue, where the monies from these classes and the celebration were not reaching the football team? This is why Deion was bitching. He also was trying to acquire sponsorship deals to allocate more money to staff, etc. The president kept nixing these deals. He was trying to get funding for sports rehab and strength and conditioning staff. The administration kept fighting that. Deion even paid for meals, the tennis court to get finished, as well as locker room, meeting, and weight rooms. Don't forget Under Armour gear, suits for the players, all of the uniforms, and more. Remember how he financed ways to get water and food to the players during the water crisis. He did all of this and more. Now, wait and see. JSU requests $300K buyout clause on Deion's contract. The story should be about the administration. Deion came in knowing that situation would be tough, but didn't realize it would be that tough.
So question, Can you send me that, Coach?
No.
Can you email me that right there? Just
no.
Why?
He said he can't tell you who he came from. Can't.
No.
Came across the Wichita. No.
Look. Blacken all the important names out. Send it to me.
It's a lot of names.
That's a violation of trust, bro.
That's what I said. No.
So therefore, that right there, I would have left too. I would have told man, look, and that explains the tension when they gave him the trophy and how the AD was acting towards Deion then.
It wasn't the AD, bro. It's the daggone president, bro. See, you go back and look at that picture. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take you back like this. Cause me and my girl, we saw it when we was in Miami for the the Orange Blossom Classic.
Okay.
Go back and watch the trophy presentation when Jackson State got that trophy, how Coach Prime was trying to shift that trophy over to Ashley Robinson, who was the athletic director, not the president that was standing on the same side of him as he was previously. Because see, A.D. Robinson, he didn't even stand up there. He didn't stand next to him at that time. He stood off to the side.
Right.
So that's why I said you could tell the underlying issues that was going on there. It's just like, okay, what's really happening? And see, like I explained to a lot of folks before, when I put content out, I base the content on what I'm seeing at that time. If no one is giving me the information as far as like, hey, coach, look at it from this standpoint, I can't speak on it from that standpoint.
Right.
All I can do is I speak on what I'm seeing at the moment, and that's what I did.
So, question. So now, if you just read, you know what? Read that again. Read that again. Don't skim through it. No. Read that again.
Don't your boy have you try. Hey, listen to what coach said, boy. I'm a coach.
No. So, you know, I don't do that. You know, I don't do that.
He wasn't supposed to break that breaking news right there.
Drop that to you, bro. Like, listen.
No, I'm just saying, and just read that again because I need that to soup and people.
I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna give you the nuts and bolts of it. This is the thing. Coach Prime, anything over 30,000 patrons at the stadium, Coach Prime's supposed to get a cut of the ticket sales.
Right.
So what they were doing was they was trying to cook the books to make it look like they didn't have over that amount in the stadium in which it was there, and they weren't paying them for it.
Right.
That was part of his contract.
Right.
So that's a problem. The meals, like, and the meals part I knew about from, you know, somebody that I talked to directly. Yeah. They were getting, the athletes had a meal table, like how the training table that you normally have at a Power 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had them set up with a training table. That training table was taken away from them. It was no longer being paid for by the school because they kept saying it cost too much. So he took it away from him. So now he's sitting there asking, like, where's the money at? See, now all of this that I'm seeing here takes me back to hearing him say, where's the money? I'm thinking he's talking about the money from, like, the land grants that the state should be giving back to the school. I'm thinking that he's talking about these businesses in which they've made all this money off of these Jackson State games, because now Coach Prime has brought in a totally different group of folks to come in there and pay attention and watch Jackson State play football. I'm sitting there saying to myself, like, wait a minute, this place is packed. So if he's supposed to get paid over 30,000, after 30,000, he gets a cut of the ticket sales. Bro, they bringing in there 45 to 46 to 47,000 people. So why this man is not getting his cut? You get what I'm saying? So it's like when it comes down to books and stuff like that, bro, listen, when it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I see the numbers. I want to see the tangibles. I want to see intangibles. I want to see tangibles. When I say tangibles, when you got a tangible in your hand, you say, look at this. Here it is right here in black and white.
So let me ask you this, Coach. If the president is acting shady, if the president is trying to curb everything you're doing, why not move?
I mean, you got a great point with that, Daniel. That's a great question. Let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
Go.
No.
Because my question is, if you got an apartment, right, or if you got a townhouse, and your landlord don't want to fix the holes that's coming in your roof, right? And you got chipmunks, you got squirrels, and you got rain dropping in on your head. Once your lease is up, are you still going to stay there, or are you going to go?
No, you're going to go. To answer one of the questions in the chat, they said, did he give part of his salary back? The thing with that is the money was already allocated for the new locker room. There are some upgrades.
I'm trying to tell you, that's how the municipal pot works.
Right. There was upgrades that he wanted done that he did put money into for that to happen. So that's why I said, okay, yeah, he gave money back on that as well. But for somebody to say he gave half his salary back, I'm like, whoa. I want to see numbers. I need to see. I need to see the before I say, okay, he did. I don't because it's just like now. I don't want to say like we're having lip service, and it was like, you know, somebody watching, they be like, dang, well, Coach Walker said whoop de whoop, and I'm like, wait a minute. But I said that, but I don't have anything to verify to say, hey, look, this is what happened. So that's why with being in this talk, being in the culture, talking about HBCU sports, I always like to have all my I's and T's dotted and across. And I'm gonna give you one other thing. It's just like you got folks right now talking about Travis Hunter transferring to Colorado. Travis Hunter has not said anything.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did, but he came out today and said he's transferring.
You know what? I'm gonna send you the tweet right now where that man told NFL somebody to stop lying. He told him to stop lying. That man has not told him he's going to Colorado. I have two different sources that said he's going. Even the Colorado folks are saying he's going. He hasn't told anybody anything.
Listen.
Listen.
24/7 or something.
Listen, he said on the tweet, Coach, I'm coming.
Bro, hold on. I'm pulling this up for you right now.
9/11.
Hey, so no.
Do you know what? Wait, you know what I'm coming from? I'm coming is coming from that meeting he had with them athletes who he's saying, Coach, you keep saying I'm coming. Come on, bro. I'm coming. How many times did he say I'm coming? Go back and listen to it. Go back and listen to Travis Hunter's daggone live. I was on the live when he sat there and talked about it. He said, he kept asking everybody, he said, Coach, he said, how many times did Coach say I'm coming? I'm coming.
Hey, Dan, let me talk about my experience with because you know I was at Dundalk first, and then I went from Dundalk to City College, right? And so when I went back to Baltimore City to actually coach, going to City College, that was like what you were explaining as an HBCU. When I was at Dundalk, it was more like it was like being at a Division I school. We had a booster club, and a booster club would make us, especially when we started winning, our booster club would have about $53,000 to $56,000 in the booster club just for the sports, right? And so I'm telling you that, and I'm telling you because this is important when you go to a HBCU. See, Deion, I think Deion didn't really understand how the municipal pot works and how everything functions as far as money funneled through the HBCU. And the reason, like you were saying, Coach Walker, that it was already allocated for the locker room to have an upgrade. And what happened was when he said, I'm gonna give part of my salary, it probably put them wherever they was on the list. They just moved it up a little faster because, all right, we're gonna use that money. That, and the other.
Okay. When that happened, hold on, Nikki. Yes, I'm Tomorrow Leader Sports Network. That's me, Nikki M. Yes. This is the thing. They had already started doing the building of the new facility.
Right.
The thing was, he wanted it finished before the athletes. I think it was before the season started, something like that. So what he did was,
it was before they came back off a break.
Boom. So what he was, the changes and everything that he put in place, he wanted them done. So he had to expedite by what? Shelling out some money.
Right.
So when him and his business manager, the little lady that I forgot what her name is, forgive me. I'm still a little pissed off with her with the whole we're smelling clean air. And I'm like, really? I'm like, you
talking about the little white lady?
Huh?
The little white lady?
Yeah. Told her, we get to smell fresh air. And I'm like, really? Okay. So I was like, but and then of course he said there's no crime. And then of course I had to go ahead and drop a link to where they talk about crime up on the hill on the University of Colorado campus. So I'm like, did I say that conversation as well.
Hey, look, rape is big on that campus. But anyway, go ahead.
You're feeling me. So that's said,
probably one of the top of the nation.
Right. So that's why I'm saying you got to be careful when and I hate to say we, because when we get emotional and we get upset, sometimes we get outside the box and just started just going. And then it's like, before we think, like, hold on, I think I might have went too far. It's already too late. And I think with Coach Prime, I respectfully understand how he feels. I wouldn't want nobody playing over my money neither. But again, that is something that it's kind of like you. It's kind of like you behind the 8 ball, because if you get to screaming about the money, then everybody can be looking at you like you all about the money. So basically, when he decided, hey, he wanted to go, now you got to look at it from the standpoint of, hey, bro, guess what? Y'all trying to come back and hit me for the $300,000 of breaking my contract. Y'all already got the money. Keep what you ain't give me. I don't owe you nothing. So once again, they're going back to court. They're going to fight over some money, in which, guess what? Jackson State end up coming out with another L. So that's why I say we got to be mindful of what's going on. The daggone president, man, hey, listen, what they say, don't spite your nose for your face. How that thing go?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know the old saying. Yeah, don't cut off your nose, then spite your face. Yeah.
There you go. So it basically, I'm looking at what all took place with this. And I'm not going to sit here and say that both of the individuals don't have dirty hands in this. I'm not going to sit here and say that. Coach Prime, yes, he put schools on the map as far as what he was able to attract. Now, yes, did some of the other schools attract athletes from other schools? Of course they did. Absolutely. However, those athletes that they acquired from the other schools that they got them athletes from, they was not on the level of what Coach Prime had coming to Jackson State.
Right.
When I tell you Coach Prime had dogs, talk about from
apples. He had apples coming in. He had apples coming in until he got there going swag.
Right. First string, second string, and third string. He
had apples.
Offensive line.
He take an apple out of the game. He put another apple in. Most people take an apple out of the game. They're gonna put an orange in or a lemon, just to get the apple get some apples, some rest. He was taking the apple out and putting the apple back in.
Hey, and then you got a couple bananas that you throw in there that just, you try to give them a little playing time to get them some film so you can get them on the block.
Exactly. Just so they can get a pro day.
So that's why I said even if you look at the championship game, the SWAC championship game, I get a quarterback credit for Southern for going out there and balling. But one thing you need to keep in mind too, on third down, they took Aubrey Miller and Niles Gaddy, your defensive end, who was shutting that crap down all game long. You took them out. So then when you put them back in, they're having to get themselves back, to get themselves rejuvenated, going back again. So that's going to take 3 to 5 plays to really get back in the swing of things, especially when you were on the top tier level at that time. So that's why I said it's a lot of gamesmanship, so to speak, that was going on, with that game, as well as on the campus itself between the president and Coach Prime. I mean, it's sad. It's sad to see it happen.
But my thing is this: at the end of the day, though, Coach, I'd rather sit and work things out with people that look like me.
True.
That we could come to an agreement. Maybe this is the way y'all used to doing things. This is the way I'm used to doing. Help me understand, right? I understand things work different at HBCU. Where the money going? Where the money? Sit me down. Show me the books. Let me see where the money going. Help me understand how it works at a HBCU.
Right.
I don't want to put myself in a situation where I have to go somewhere and the people don't look like me. They don't understand me. They don't speak my language. And so when one person in them offices get offended by something I say, because I'm very direct, like Coach is very, very direct, right?
Right.
And he's going to talk to those folks like he talked to everybody, all the other folks, right?
Right.
I don't want to see a Herm Edwards situation happen, where somebody don't like you that much that they start giving your plays and your game stuff to another the opponent just so you can get fired.
There you go.
I don't want to see that happen to him because on the simple fact that he's never going to be able to come back from that.
Right.
Herm is never going to get another job as a college coach.
He will if he go to HBCU.
Right. Because if he come to the SWAC, let's put it that way, he come to SWAC.
Right.
If he come to SWAC, because SWAC is a celebrity league right now. Every coach in the SWAC is a damn celebrity. You said Eddie Robinson never had a job. You talking about Eddie George never had a job. Herm, Hugh Jackson was on his last leg.
Exactly.
So everybody in the SWAC, Deion was there. It's the celebrity league. Let's go play at the HBCUs. It's the celebrity league. So Dana, maybe we need to start some big YouTubes. We become celebrities. They might give us a job at the SWAC.
Hold on, check this out.
Let's do it.
Over 391,000 viewers for the most watched SWAC football championship game on record, and that's off of ESPN.
Wow.
So you can't, like I said, guys, it was money floating around that thing that just wasn't coming back in the manner which it's supposed to. And this is why you have folks looking and acting in the manner which they do. You can't get mad. People can't get mad at that. You got to understand what's going on.
Right. Right. You're right, Gemini. That's my guy. I love Herm Edwards. So, yeah. So that's my take on it. I'm not mad at Deion because I understand who he is. And so from the day one, he told us who he was. It's going to be about the money. It got to be about the money. Must be the money that's driving him wild. Remember, he was doing the dance and shit. We knew who Deion was. You know what I mean? So I'm not mad at Deion. I'm just saying, I'm going back to what David Banner said. When the slaves from the South left and went up north,
right,
they had a responsibility to go up there and make it, and you come back and get us or teach us what y'all secrets is to make it. I think as a Black man, I think we have a responsibility for this next generation, for our legacy, because their group are leaving shit for their legacy. The Latinos are leaving stuff for their legacy. Everybody's leaving stuff for them. I'm telling you, if we think we the majority right now, if you ever went into a China buffet, or you went, go in there and see how the mean babies the Mexicans had. Listen to me, dog. If we don't leave something for our legacy, we don't leave something for our legacy. If we don't stop selling our businesses just to be able to hold money to our ear and say we got all this money now, we billionaires because of status. If we don't stop selling our businesses that we grow to them, when they see our business, they come and buy. We never, ever going to ever have anything as a culture. That's why we don't have no negotiation power. We don't own nothing. We don't own anything.
Coach.
Yo.
Coach. You said he didn't say he was going. I think you need to look at this again.
Where's it at?
It's on 24/7 Sports or something like that.
Yeah, but also he put up a sign. I didn't know this kid was his cousin. Winston Watkins Jr.
Hold on.
But it said, "Let's make history." Fort Myers.
I saw.
And it said hashtag we coming, Coach Prime. Go Buffs. Hashtag Sco Buffs. Travis reposted it and said that was fast.
Yeah, meaning that they weren't expecting him to go get that kid.
Travis going to Colorado, bro.
Listen. Yeah. Hold on, wait. I got your 247 Sports, what you call it right here, because I actually had this punched up set up for a video. odds of Travis Hunter landing at Colorado are 100% per Coach Reed Live 247 Sports, in which he got the article there. The other one, former #1 recruit Travis Hunter likely joining Coach Prime at Colorado. Now, Coach Reed, I'm gonna give him his props. Coach Reed was spot on when he said that Coach Prime was gonna leave and go to Power 5 school. We all climbed on his behind for it. Hey, I don't have a problem with respectfully apologizing for, hey, look, listen, I understand, but a lot of folks out here that are not a part of this culture don't understand how people from HBCUs feel when you see somebody come in, wave a bag to get them removed from what's going on. Again, it all goes back to, had the daggone president and Coach Prime been able to work hand in hand collectively, we wouldn't have this freaking issue right now. Nobody would be jumping up and down, hooping and hollering about anything. Everything would still be flowing right along the way it's supposed to. But again,
I can relate to it.
Right. Yeah. Again, it's always somebody's daggone ego that don't want to get checked at the door based on, hey, man, I don't like the fact that they calling this man name out too much. They ain't showing me no love. Bro, it ain't about you. You out here coaching football? If you ain't coaching football and these folks ain't bringing this money in here to you, what we talking about? You had, the craziest thing is, and now that I think about it, you had businesses come to the game and scribbling out checks, giving it to them on the field. That's how crazy that was, man. You seen it. You saw what was going on. Like, if they showed it, show what was happening while, sitting here at home and watching the game. And I dang so saw it when I was sitting there in the daggone vet watching it go down. So you knew the money was coming in hand over fist. But again, my take is, I'm like, look, we're gonna air out the dirty draws and see what's going on. I mean, it's gonna come down to that. Like I said, I strategically take my time before I get to that point, because I want to make sure I got everything in place before I nuke bomb your behind. The same way I did, old boy, for that daggone Southern Heritage Classic, who got pissed off with what I put out there. And I'm sorry, I do it again. So I'm like, man, it's we gangster reporter. I mean, but the sad, listen, bro. I think somebody brought up earlier today about Morris Brown, right? I went to Morris Brown. Bleed black and purple. I can tell you firsthand, and I hate to even repeat it, when I saw folks that was doing stuff that didn't make no sense. Right. Back when I was there, and I'm about to tell my age, back in the 90s, when I saw things going down, that just did not seem right.
You said the 90s?
Yeah. And then you hear all these urban stories about folks doing this and doing that. I'm sitting like, wait a minute, what?
Hold up. Like the early 90s, though?
Yeah, early. I was there in the heyday, bro, when it was popping. I was here with Freaknik and Black College Weekend in Daytona.
Let me get a little closer to the screen, Coach.
Huh?
Where your gray hair at, Coach?
It's called Earl Shine, baby.
Oh, okay.
Earl
I'm making sure. Like...
oh, Earl Shine.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, Coach, you got a speck of gray hair. Hold up. He's there before me.
I got a little bit right there. But I mean, hey, I say this. The one I could take away, Coach Prime taught us all a lot of different things. Right. He taught us how to be presentable when we, like when we out here doing, in these spaces and we're talking and whatnot, making sure that, we look the part. We're just not looking any old kind of way. And that's something that, I had to understand myself, because I mean, you look at some of my early videos, I was looking rough. And even sometimes I had them spaces where, I'm not looking like how I should look being in front of the camera. And when I say he makes you think, and want to really dig into what you're going to present to the people and just not put trash out there. Because like I said, Coach Prime, he will give you cliffhangers where to have you believe in one thing, and then when you see the end of, you sit there like, wait a minute, what? Because like I said before, the video with the team, when you go back and look at the second part of the video with Well Off Media, with his son, because his son is the one recording everything with a daggone iPhone. When you sit there and look at what he's talking about, and you just sit there like, "Dad, bro, really?" Like, okay, I didn't look at it like that. So that's why a lot of times I hold off on presenting stuff before, I don't necessarily have to be first. That's where a lot of us get the problem, is that we want to be first, and that crap be wrong as all outside. So that's why I'm like, I don't need to be first. I'm just gonna make sure it's accurate.
I'm guilty.
Facts. That's me. I wanted to be accurate over first.
I want to be accurate because you know what? And I'm gonna do this on your channel. I'm gonna do this on your channel, Dana. I'm going to apologize because, one, I can't sit here and say that Coach Prime didn't leave Jackson State in a better place, but the business part of it is what makes it look bad.
Right.
That's the bad part about it, because now when you have a coach in which, like I said, hey, I've had kids say, "Coach, I don't want to play for them. I'd rather come play for y'all. I'd rather come with y'all instead of staying with them." I've had that happen before. And I respectfully understand that. And the thing is, when you look at what's going on now, you have athletes that are coming in the programs. I say all the time, don't fall in love with the coach. Fall in love with the institution, because it makes the time so much easier for you to do and enjoy while you're there. If you don't, guess what happens? You're going to end up in that space where you're going to be mad and you're going to be upset at the fact that things are not going the way you want them to go. And that's why I tell people, you got to be mindful of that.
But coach, let's be real. When a lot of these kids, a lot of these boys that went to Jackson State, and Deion even mentioned it, he's the only father they ever known. They came there because
of him.
And even when I used to work in the school, my principal used to ask me, "Coach Duncan, why are all these kids always in your office?" I said, "Because I walk like they father, I talk like they father, I speak the things that their father would speak, and then some of them never even met their father. So they gravitating to what they're missing." And Deion was a father to a lot of them boys, not just his boys that was there. And I understand, because Little Thunk used to have to share me too. But he's a father to a lot of them boys. So when your coach decided he's going to leave, you go back to that feeling again. When Daddy said, "I'm gone," or Daddy said, "I'll be back for you," and he never came back for you. And he said, "Some of y'all ain't going to be able to go with me. But Coach, I came here because you made me a promise. You fathered me. You told me I was going to be a man when I leave. And now you're going to leave me." So this is why I'm asking this. Did he leave Jackson State in a better situation?
Yeah.
Or his leaving put them in a worse situation than they were? Because listen, hold up, Dana. All the kids that's going to transfer out of Jackson State right? There's a lot of kids that's going to leave Jackson State. They don't believe in this next coach. They're going to leave Jackson State. A lot of the kids that already committed to Jackson State, that decommitted, right?
You got well, this is the thing, even with that. You got athletes that they committed to Jackson State, but they were committed to Coach Prime as far as wherever it was he was going to go.
Right.
So basically he was recruiting. How it looks now, it looks as if he was recruiting for his next job. And that's another reason why I'm upset, angry about what's going on. Like I said,
now here's the other thing. Here's the big kicker. How do you replace that? How do you replace Coach Brown? How do you bring the next coach in? How do you give the city hope. Like that you talk about the poorest state in the United States had hope. Who do you bring in to bring that hope again? Like, how do you? So did he leave them in a better situation?
He didn't.
He didn't.
From a football facility standpoint, he left them in a better situation. But from a athletic player standpoint, he didn't.
But some of this stuff was on the books anyway.
But see, this is why I remember in the very beginning. That's why I said I'm split with what's going on, because here you got a city that was looking at you for hope, along with the athletes that came in that are not going to go with you. Then
and the
on
whole
the other
culture.
side, right, and the culture. And then on the other side, you have, okay, well, he did go ahead upgrade the practice facility. He did go ahead and paint, he got the tennis court situated for him. He did go ahead and get, he added some extras to the locker room. He did go ahead and pay, for the meals to make sure that the athletes were still getting the same training table that they were getting before. He did do some of those things. However, when we come back to this side, it's still the athletes are leaving behind, the culture, and those that believed in what you were saying. So it was never going to be easy for him to split away from Jackson State, because again, the initial conversation that he had with those people, when you asked them, do they believe? You had them at, do you believe? And they said yes. When they said yes, then that means everything you're talking about tuned into what you're saying. So when you say, hey, guys, you know what? I love y'all, but I got to go. You sit there looking like, wait, what?
Right. All right. Go ahead, Coach.
No, that's when you know it's a whole nother type of time where you just like, okay, what you want? And that's why it's people don't really understand the backlash that we get from doing stuff like that. We really got to be careful with the words that we speak to people. And I even do that.
Let's stop. Go, Dan.
All right, so the Darius White, I'm looking at it right now, 247 Sports. The Darius White said, I want to thank Coach Prime for everything that you gave us. You have showed us the way. We got the light. Many are leaving, but with our new coach, who I believe is more importantly, who you have set your word to be for, he's going to continue the tradition. I'm not going to Colorado. I'm staying with JSU. I thank you for believing in me and putting the word into the new coach. 64 going to make a statement. Thank you for the uniforms. Thank you for the belief. And guess what? I believe, and we believe in you out there in Colorado. Thank you, Coach / Dad. You made a big impression on all of us. We going to carry this out.
Okay, so the Darius White, he was a young man, I believe he got him straight out of high school. That young man is from Mississippi. You get what I'm saying? He's homegrown from there. So everything that's going on there in that community, in that city, he understands it. He grew up in it. So I wouldn't expect him to leave.
Right.
It's a couple of
the word believe creates doubt.
Huh?
The word believe creates doubt. Anytime you believe in anything, is doubt there. Because you just believe, you don't know. So in anything that you have belief in, like if you have belief in whatever your religion is,
right,
you don't know, it's doubt and belief. So anytime that you have the words, you gotta be careful with words. Anytime you have belief, there's doubt in every belief. You don't know. See, only thing that brings you into knowing is experience.
Right.
And you only gain knowledge from knowing and experience. So whenever you use the word believe, for everybody tonight. When somebody tell you, I believe this is right, or I believe this is the right way, or I believe it's down the street, it's doubt.
Right.
Because you don't know. Because you speak differently when you actually know.
Breaking news: Shaq Davis is leaving South Carolina State.
Yep, that was 2 days ago.
Yep,
he's going to the NFL,
and he got 3 years left.
Smart move, because South Carolina State not getting. They're done.
Right.
their ride is over with.
Right. So that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna tell you, dang, it's a damn if you do, a damn if you don't. I think the human beings is the biggest hypocritical creature on this planet. You know, and I say I am a because I grew up believing one thing, and when I got older and I experienced it for myself, now I believe something else. You know, and so I believe that, you know, we do things that we feel one way, or we hypocritical. You know, something good for a woman, good for a man, ain't good for a woman. We hypocritical as hell.
Hey,
you
Coach,
know what I'm saying? So,
right. Hey, Coach.
Yo.
Adam Shelton has just put a post up that Travis Hunter has said, yes, I will be leaving Jackson State to go to Colorado.
Watch this. Where is it?
Adam Shelton, but they talking about it now. I think this is a short or something. It's a exclusive. Travis Hunter will transfer to Colorado to join Coach Prime Deion Sanders.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Dennis, I thought the same thing, Dennis. I thought he was going to graduate his first class too, with Shador and them graduating there. I thought that was the whole point.
There's 23 hours ago. And then Matt B. Great said Travis Hunter number one recruit leaving Jackson State. He said, holy crap. Then they come back to Travis Hunter's making college football history.
Yeah.
Hey, so look, check this out. Again, what win championships though, dogs?
Defense.
No.
No, wait. You said you talked about 247 Sports earlier, right?
Right.
No, I didn't say nothing about 247. Duncan did.
Okay. I did. All right, well, Coach Duncan, here you go. 247 Sports got up. Will Travis Hunter follow Deion Sanders to Colorado? Question mark. College football transfer portal. On this tag, they got JSU, Colorado, Georgia, Alabama. There's other folks that play for him, other than Coach Prime if he jump in that portal.
Huh?
Yeah. There's other folks that's in play.
Hey, if the NIL right, he gone.
He out of there, bro.
If the NIL right, let Georgia give him a better NIL than Colorado gonna give him.
And the crazy thing about it is, you got a bunch. See, this is where it's getting ready to get nasty, right? You got 4 or 5 star players that's leaving Alabama, that's going somewhere.
No,
play.
12.
I just posted. There's 12 of them.
Hey,
12.
Hey,
and they all going to Colorado.
Thank you.
Including their starting running back number 6, that monster, he going, as well as that middle linebacker, he going.
I posted that on my page. It's 12 of them.
Yeah, I called you this morning. It was like, yo, you see what's going on?
And I seen it. I seen the 6. I ain't see it 12. I said, jeez.
Yeah, it's 12.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, Dana, defense don't win championships.
It do.
Chemistry and systems win championships.
Bro,
you got the best defense in the world. They don't like each other, they ain't gonna win.
Hey, Coach Duncan, please let Dana know. Did you not see
Chemistry
what happened?
And systems.
Did you not see
Lamar
what happened?
Jackson, to me, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback we ever seen. But he's in the wrong system.
Over Deshaun Watson?
I think Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback I ever seen in my life. But I tell you, when you talk about the tangibles that a black quarterback brings remember, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback you ever seen. What they did was they drafted him as a Lion and they brought him to a Tiger system. If you drafted him as a Lion, you got to bring him to a Lion system. Remember, in the beginning of his career, he was making Sports Illustrated plays. Sports highlight plays every week.
Ooh, he got top.
Really? Yeah.
Every week. Hold up, but yo, let's be honest. Every week he was making plays every week. When the last time he made a highlight play?
He just got
because they try to turn him into a pocket quarterback. That ain't what he is.
That's why I said what I said about Lamar. I said, yo, whether you believe it or not, Raven fans, get ready. Lamar, that was his exit because he's not coming back the rest of the season. They brought Hundley in on a practice squad today. I'm going to tell you what's about to happen. Lamar is prepping himself to go to Miami. Tua
ain't letting Tua go.
Listen. Tua is going to be his backup.
Tua got the best accuracy in the daggone AFC right now. Tua is releasing the ball at 2.2 seconds a play.
Dana, that would have happened last year when he sucked. This year he out there doing some damage. They're not going to make
Tua is releasing the ball at 2.2 seconds, bro.
Check this out.
Mahomes released the ball at 7 seconds.
Check it. You don't want to see him. And the best thing that the NFL can hope is that he go to Miami. Because if he end up in San Francisco, all hell gonna break loose.
He might end up at the Bucs. But he ain't going no damn Miami.
I'm shocked to see Baker Mayfield end up in the Rams today.
Why are you shocked?
Because we need a quarterback. We need a quarterback. Fuck the Rams.
Who need a quarterback?
San Fran. We need a quarterback.
Go get
Cam Newton. Backup.
Cam Newton is about to take over Jackson State job.
Yo, y'all listen to me. Y'all ain't even deserve. Y'all ain't even deserve the way y'all cheated Jimmy G. Y'all ain't even deserve him to win them games for y'all.
The way we cheated him.
Hey, wait a minute.
The way y'all treated him at the beginning of the season.
Hey, coach,
y'all didn't even deserve for him. Y'all didn't even deserve what he did.
You're a hater, yo.
They got a quarterback.
Who?
They got that love boy out there. Don't they? What's the kid name?
No. Oh, we got Purdy.
No, what's the other boy name?
That's it.
President. Hey, I think it's the president of Jackson State right now. I don't think it's on Prime, but I think it's the president of Jackson State. But I still think they should sit down and have the conversation.
If the president don't feel like, first of all, let's go ahead. And I wanted to try to refrain from this because now I'm about to tell the whole truth. If you have a narcissist and an asshole, it's not going to work.
Right. That's why I don't like coming on here with you.
Why?
Woo! That's fine.
We got a narcissist and an asshole.
Wait. So wait a minute. Oh, so which one am I?
You the asshole.
But see, we family, so you don't have a choice.
I know.
Yeah, I talked to BC today. BC said, man, Duncan worked me out, and Duncan ain't let me cheat. Duncan told me balls to the wall, balls to the wall.
Balls to the wall. Got to hit the wall when you're doing that pull up. Hit the wall. Yeah.
Is that what he was like this?
Yeah, the wall. I got a picture of him still doing the pull. I still got a picture of him doing the pull up.
But don't talk about a BC watching.
Yeah, I got a picture of him doing. I'm gonna post it. My man, anybody know this dude? I'm like, anybody know this dude?
BC about to call you at 5, 4, 3. But Deion, he deserved. Look, I think he went out classy because he ain't let nobody know what was going on.
It was shots fired. It was some shots fired. You know what I mean? It was some shots fired early. We just didn't pay attention to it the way we should have.
Okay, because the president of the school is a Cam Newton guy. So it makes sense that Cam Newton is coming in next. That's what they're trying to do.
Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah. But I think he's like related to Cam's father or something.
Who?
The president of Jackson.
What is Cam going to do for Jackson State?
I'm like, where you get that from? Because I don't see it.
He still got eligibility or something?
Who? Cam Newton?
Yeah, he still got eligibility or something?
This nigga said the Cam got eligibility. So I'm weak. No, he's coming to coach.
Well, he must still got eligibility to play because Cam, what Cam gonna go? Cam do a 7-on-7s here. Like, what Cam gonna go?
I just know they think he's a coach. He's a good coach.
Hey, when you got your daggone your 7-on-7 team going all over the country putting in work, what you expect? Oh, and by the way, earlier I was trying to tell y'all about them land grants. I think I mentioned it. Where you got states that owe these HBCUs money.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting, bro.
Right. If these states would have given them their money, they wouldn't have a lot of these financial turmoils that they're dealing with right now. That's been the problem. And I tell you this, I got one even better for you. There's a lawsuit between heirs versus the state of Mississippi. I think I mentioned this to you before, Dana, where
you did.
You got Alcorn State, Mississippi Valley, Jackson State,
J-Rock,
and there's a couple of other schools that's in Jackson that are HBCUs. I think they're kind of like I'm gonna leave it at that. I ain't about to try and explain all that. They're HBCUs as well in Jackson, but they have stipulations as far as the percentages of ethnicities that they must have within the school. That are, these are registered students at each of these schools. When they hit the percentage over a period of time, that's when a block of money will come out to them. Now, please explain to me, why in the hell do I have to have a stipulation on something that's been due to me since the beginning of time? That's why I keep trying to say people don't understand the idiots that you put in office, that, your governors and stuff like that. When you put these dummies in office that don't know what the hell going on, this is what we get. This is what you're looking at here. It's time for people to understand, man. We got to stand up and take control over our narrative and move forward. We can't keep sitting back going for the same banana in the tail, bro. This crap is old, dude.
But Coach Walker, we can if we keep selling. We can if we keep selling.
But you know what? I agree. And the thing is, what's so sad about it is, if Coach Prime had left tomorrow, next month, next year, or into the season of the following year, folks still would have been mad because of everything that he brought to the table. So that's why I'm just like, we got to come in and do something different.
Hey, Dana, in your research, Dana, did the CIA or the federal or the Fed ever give Dr. King some money?
I don't know. I never seen it.
Well, you're not gonna see it. You wasn't born, bro.
Huh?
You're not gonna see it. You wasn't born.
No, I'm talking about after doing research about it.
Okay.
I never seen it come across.
It was a lot of rumors about it. That's why I'm asking.
No, Kevin Coleman set the transfer too.
Who?
Did the NFL pay Colin Kaepernick some money to shut up?
Sir, yes, sir. Paid him off. He had a lawsuit against them in which they went ahead, they settled out of court with the lawsuit. But then he wanted to come back and play. So what they did was they said, okay, we're going to go ahead, since you had us over a barrel, we're going to find a way to create our own narrative to make this look in the manner in which we want it to look, which is the same freaking spin job. And Lord, forgive me that I'm going to say this, that Coach Prime tried to pull with the whole bit of the crime and all this other type of crap. You got stuff that go on college campuses all the time. Yes, there was someone that was killed on the Jackson State. Well, I don't know if they was killed on campus, but they were found in the car dead on the campus. Okay,
right.
I'm not gonna sit here and act like we ain't had folks shot at Morris Brown. We didn't have something crazy going on at the institute over at Clark or Morehouse or somewhere like that. I'm not gonna sit here and act like that type of stuff has never happened. But what I'm gonna say is, I get the frustration, the hurt, the pain. I understand all of that, especially when you're standing on the sideline during the game, and the daggone announcer played the song. Talks, if you want to leave, then go.
Yo, that was funny though.
One
That
more,
was funny. That was funny. One Monkey Don't Stop No Show. That whole crowd was singing that. It was funny. The whole crowd told Deion, if you want to leave, then go.
Yeah, and then you got the fans in the stand singing the song the same way they would have if they would have played that song, Who Was Swag.
Right. The same ones that probably was singing Who Was Swag.
There you
it
go.
was singing, if you want to leave, go on and go.
Right.
One Monkey Don't Stop No Show.
Okay. Wait. So now, and we see that that's not true because now that he gone, now everybody crying.
No,
I don't think they crying. I just think people are disappointed, Dana.
They crying.
They're disappointed.
They crying.
They're disappointed, Dana.
They all crying. I ain't trying to hear it. They crying.
Bro, let me tell you something. Coach Duncan said it to you already. When you have one of the poorest cities,
Duncan is not always right.
I'm not.
But
I'm 99.9, my nigga.
He may not be right, but this is fact. One of the poorest cities in the country. You got somebody come in there, they shed light on them, letting them know, hey, listen, we gonna find a way to make a way.
Right.
And he got people that frequent in businesses, making sure that he's giving back to those businesses. You can't sit back and act as if he didn't do his part. However, I will say that the city itself, they saw the finances and the riches coming in. Some of them might have gave back. Some of them might not have given back. I don't know. That's why I say I don't put that in the atmosphere, and it's not accurate because it's not fair to them. But what I do know is you got a president that effed up the situation. And matter of fact, one of my good buddies from over at Jackson State, he's on the ground with all of this stuff. Ken Clark _1400. Check his podcast. He's ready to go live here in a minute and talk about everything that's going on.
You said Ken Clark what?
Ken KEN space CLARK _1400.
Ken space Clark.
Yep. He's ready to go live here in a minute, and he's going to run down on everything that's happening. That's why
1400 or club?
1400. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's that? IG or what's that?
YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
Yep. Ken Clark _1400.
Damn, he got 78 people waiting already.
266, bro.
Huh?
266.
Yeah, 266 watching. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the likes. He got 81 likes.
Hold up. You said Ken Clark?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
KEN space CLARK _1400, but it's going to come up Ken space Clark space 1400.
Yeah, that's my. Yeah.
Jaden still said blame Brett Favre.
Right. We still ain't dealt with that shit.
Yeah, we ain't even got into that. And the sad part about it is
he didn't sell him a dream. That's the thing that people got to stop saying, man. Deion did not sell him a dream.
Dana, yes, he did.
Yo,
Dana.
if him and the president can't get along, I'm out of there too. Fuck that.
Dana.
So you can't say because him and the president didn't get along that he didn't sell a dream. In the beginning, he sold a dream.
Listen. If you ain't trying to give me $1 million for 10 years, bro, and somebody giving me $5 million for 5 years, that's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. And then I have an upgrade ×4 better than everything that I already have. I don't have to pick and choose. I'm looking at Colorado's meeting room, $136 million.
Right. Oh, there's some bread in there. I told you I've been there. It's some bread.
Colorado's practice facility, $386 million.
Yeah, hey, look, Dana, they got their own weed. When I say they got their own weed, they got their own weed. They won't have money. They got their own weed.
He sound like the old boy from Coming to America. He got his own money.
When you say they got their own weed, they got their own weed. That ain't impressing me.
Hold on. Does anybody live in North Carolina? Is the power grid still out? Wow.
No, that was up in Greensboro.
So the whole Greensboro power grid went out?
Well, it said somebody shot at the power
down because of the.
Who the hell would shoot at a power line, bro? Are you asking?
No, shot at the big green joint. What they call the big green joint?
The transformer.
We used to sit on when we used to sit on when we was younger and shit. That was the base. Remember?
Yo, are you asking to die?
No, what they did that the alphabet people was and I don't want to miss say that because I don't want nobody to be offended. So I'm just gonna say the letters. They
what alphabet people?
LGBTQ. I'm gonna stop there because then I'm gonna start getting
elemental P, dog. Elemental P.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that with you.
QYB.
I'm not gonna do that with you. That's why I'm trying.
They get a new one. They get a new one every year.
They get a
new one every year, dog.
But they were having a party and somebody called themselves getting offended with them having a good time and partying and whatnot. They decided they wanted to go shoot.
Who having a good time?
The folks were.
Ooh.
The people was having a party. Y'all stupid, man. Y'all didn't get me with that again.
Macarena.
The YMCA. You know what I'm saying? YMCA. They got everything.
I'm not doing it with y'all, man.
No, bro.
Hey, man.
Hey, you can't say nothing. You can't say nothing in a country that the First Amendment is freedom of speech.
Right.
You can't say nothing. You can't even say, like, man, I remember my teacher used to call us a retard every day. We can't even say that no more. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say nothing, man. Like, this country, you got to pick all your words and stuff. I remember when let me tell y'all this, man. I'm going to go ahead. I remember when they brought us into a meeting, right? The coaches brought us into a meeting. And because of what was going on with the gay and the lesbian community, they told us now we have to address the players a different way when we talk about, their girlfriend. Because I used to say, look, if y'all gonna be with y'all girlfriends tonight, I need y'all, no girlfriends. There's no. They said, Duncan, now, coach, you got to say girlfriends and boyfriends. I'm like, what? And you're like, you can't discriminate on, because some of them might have boyfriends. And so, I was just uncomfortable with it. I just say y'all spouses. Your significant others. So, but yeah, they changed the whole game. The whole way you got to coach. You can't even say nothing no more. You can't say nothing no more, bro. It's crazy.
Okay, well, let's just leave them to their own agenda, to their own metroplex.
Who's them, yo? I feel offended by you saying them. Talking about black people?
No, them.
Yeah, that's what they call it, them people.
No, them, they, and their.
Okay.
Look at Coach Man. Go like they don't start. I'm saying I'm trying not to. That's how I'm like, Duncan, you just and I'm going to go get some Colorado, get them up.
You are?
Yeah, because I believe gear coming in. I finally got to order some of my Jackson State stuff. Now I'm going to get some Colorado stuff.
I ain't buying that bull junk. Only thing I get from Colorado, if my boy Savion Wilkerson go over there and play ball for them.
Savion is going.
It ain't guaranteed, dog.
No, Savion is going.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, Dana. I talked to Savion. Trust me when I tell you this. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. There's lists that people are putting out there that these athletes are going when some of them are not. I'm just being totally honest with you, bro. They're like Niles Gaddy. Niles Gaddy he graduates this Friday. And I talked to his pops, bro, firsthand.
This Friday?
This Friday, they got graduation. He's graduating. Yes, sir. Got his degree. And I believe he got either the year or two of eligibility left.
So what are you gonna do?
That's the $1 million question, baby.
So is he going to the league?
Nah, he ain't going to the league. I think he's trying to probably get one more year in. We're gonna see how that goes.
Man, bring down Colorado, man. Let them go up there and ball out in that pretty facility, man.
So is the new song gonna be "Who Was Pat"? Is that gonna be the new song?
So
Who was Pat?
So you come for prime like that?
Let me see what
Pat.
So you really trying to come for prime like that?
Who?
You.
Man, hey. You know, no nobody talk more trash than me, Dan. Deion can't even talk more trash than me.
So you trying to come for prime?
I talk Deion under the table, bro. He can't talk more trash than me.
Yo, how does dude do this, bro?
Who?
He got 353 watching and didn't even start.
He talking?
Hold up. I don't even see it doing. He ain't talking.
It's okay because I really live this. I really feel this way. And I'm telling y'all, man, I at this point, you just hope you got a team. Let's make a good hire. Let's see if we can get somebody to salvage this thing. And let's just get to this football, I guess.
Is that the SWAC championship game reaction?
Nah.
I'm saying, look at he talking about all of it. He's from
What's his topic on this caption?
JSU chat live with King Clark.
I'm not too optimistic that it's ever gonna happen.
I don't even see that.
There's enough. It ain't about blame. It ain't about none of that. It's just about dealing with the facts. Like what actually.
All right, look, let me go ahead and end this. I want to watch this, bro.
All right, dog. Love you, man, bro.
Yo, I love y'all back, but let's do this every Tuesday, man.
All right, man. Coach Walker, it's been a pleasure, bro. Again.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hold up. Can we do this every Tuesday?
We work it out here.
All right. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, we're going to do this every Tuesday. I need $1 million a year for 10 years. It's about the money. It's about the money. It's about the money. I'm SWAC.
Well, guess what? Guess what?
All right, man. Love y'all.
Guess what? Guess what? Matter of fact, if that's the case, I'm gonna go steal $1 million Section 8 food stamps, and I'll pay you that way. All right?
Don't say that.
I don't care how you get it. Hey, give me small bills. All right.
Hey, look. If matter of fact, if Brett Favre can do it, I can do it. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Give me small bills. Matter of fact, make sure all my cars is orange. I holler.
All right, boy.
That's yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama said I wanna take her. Dipping your pool. Just go for a look out there. Hey.